Johnson, Melton, Rowe, Bagley, Harding, Hug. Mr. President.
Please rise for the pledge and remarks by Councilmember Hug. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to defer my remarks to Councilman Festerson.
Thank you. We just felt it'd be an important thing to acknowledge the tragedy this week in Lewiston, Maine. The worst mass shooting we've had in the country this year. We've had a lot in the country this year, over 560. So our hearts go out to that community, the 18 victims and their families, the 13 folks that are injured and trying to recover. We certainly think about the community leaders too and the elected officials. I can only imagine having to deal with something like that in a close-knit community, in a small community like that. And definitely the first responders too, a massive response by local, state, and federal authorities that helped bring that to conclusion. I had a small personal connection to the event too, a family friend who goes to school at Bates College in Lewiston, Maine, was there and was sheltered in place for 3 days. So it was a very concerning time for our family too. They're okay, thankfully. My daughter was actually just there too, playing volleyball. So it's just a reminder that this can happen anywhere, and our thoughts and prayers are with that community as they try to rebuild their community and rebuild their lives. Thank you.
An affidavit of publication is on file for the pre-council and city council meeting, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of legislative chambers.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Omaha City Council. We appreciate having you here today. We look forward to having your testimony on our many items. I would encourage you to turn your cell phones off, or at least turn them to mute. And we'll start with our first item.
Item 6, to consider a Class C liquor license for Sam's Bar located at 4821 Q Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 6 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. Sean Kelly, 2804 South 87th Avenue, appearing on behalf of the applicant. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents on number 6? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Mr. Hug, you're recognized.
I did have a couple of constituents reach out to me about this particular one. Can you tell me what the plans are for this? And this is a change in the management of the license, is that correct?
Yeah, so this is a new licensee, same location. Nature of the business will remain the same. My understanding is the landlord wanted a new tenant, and the tenant is the person, the new ones here before you today.
Okay. What was relayed to me through several residents that live close by was the plan was to create a gentleman's club there. Do I have your assurances that that's not the plans for this facility?
You do. If that's the case, that's news to me, but I will follow up and confirm that with you.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thanks.
Thank you. No further lights. There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 6 is approved, 7-0. Item 7, to consider a liquor license addition application for El Muchacho Alegre Authentic Mexican Cuisine located at 6222 North 72nd Street to add an outdoor area.
Public hearing and vote on number 7 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? I made that close public hearing. We do usually require a applicant to be here. This is in my district, and I'm not aware of any issues with it. It sounds like we do have time to lay over. The 14th of November?
Oh, yeah, they're all stuff.
I'll second that. There's a motion and a second to lay over until November 14th and continue public hearing. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 8, a resolution to approve the revised preliminary plat for Pacific Court with a waiver to Section 5399 sidewalks located at 9402 Pacific Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 8 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, Mark Detliff with Earhart Griffin Associates, 3552 Farnham Street, here on behalf of the applicant. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents on number 8? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I come up? I ask this every time because I get asked every time, but is the fence included in the revised preliminary plat?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Motion and a second. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 8 is approved, 7-0. Item 9, a resolution to approve the revised preliminary plat for Millwork Commons Replat 2, located north of 13th and Nicholas Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 9 is today. Proponents.
Hi, Katie Underwood with Olson, 2111 South 67th Street. Happy to answer any questions you guys have. I'm representing the applicant today.
Thank you. Any other proponents on number 9? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 9 is approved, 7-0. Items 10 through 13 can be considered together for Stratford West, located southwest of 171st Street, Military Road. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 10, an ordinance to rezone this property from AG District to R4 District. Items 11 and 12 are resolutions to approve the revised preliminary plat and final plat. Item 13, resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
Public hearing and vote on items 10 through 13 are today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. Mark Johnson, 11440 West Center Road, appearing today on behalf of the applicant. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Move the approval.
Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed, 7-0.
Thanks.
Item 14, an ordinance to rezone property located northwest and southwest of Vernon Avenue and Forest Lawn Avenue from R5 District to R6 and R6 District to R5 District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 14 is today. Proponents, please.
Ed Teal with Habitat for Humanity, 1701 North 24th Street.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. I'll second. It's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 14 is approved, 7-0. Item 15, an ordinance to rezone property located northwest of 30th Street and Fowler Avenue from GC District to CC District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is communication and opposition.
Public hearing and vote on number 15 is today. Proponents, please.
My mom has a question.
Are you on number 15?
Yes.
Okay. And are you in favor of it?
It says in four. She said no.
Okay. I'll call up opponents here in a minute. Any other proponents for number 15? It's on 30th and Fowler, right, Donnie?
Mr. President, good afternoon, sir. I ran that district for 8 years of business. I know the area very well, sir.
Okay.
Donnie R. Johnson, the Johnson Equestrian Foundation, North Omaha Concerned Citizen Foundation. My question to you, sir, on this new rezoning, those wild animals I bought from Africa, can I put them in this district under this new rezoning? Because I have purchased 5 baboons and 15 hyenas and some other article where we've been negotiating with the school to buy that building on 30th and
That would
follow it?
definitely be illegal.
It would be illegal? Or do we have to file for a new
All right,
rezoning?
Donnie, it's a rezoning on, at 30th and Fowler, right? Keep remarks to just to this item.
Yeah, well, my business is at 4407 North 30th, which is in the same radius.
It's gotta be to this property.
Yeah, but I want to know, do I have to, as I bring these animals in from the African continent, do I have to rezone?
Donnie,
we'll
you're
have
off
a-
topic. All right.
Okay, never mind.
Any proponents to number 15? Seeing none, opponents? Please come down. And just your name and address for the record.
Di tu nombre y tu dirección.
My name is Hilda Palencia, Tori, Fowler Avenue, 28 Tori, no, 28 Tori, Fowler Avenue. It's two properties.
She has two properties in that location.
Got it, thank you.
Is there something?
And your concerns or
¿Y por qué
anything you want to say?
qué es tu preocupaciones que tienes? ¿O por qué la razón que quieres
Que voto en
oponer?
contra.
Ajá.
Porque me gusta mucho mi casa.
Because she says she loves her house very much. I guess she's wondering what they're trying to do in that property, that they're trying to rezone it.
Okay.
I know it stated something about creating or developing a bank in that site.
Okay, we can have the planning director expand upon that here in a minute if you'd like.
Okay. Dice que también ahorita te pueden decir algo y te pueden explicar más de qué es lo que quieren hacer en esta zona.
Okay.
Alrighty, we
Okay.
would like
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 15? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Mr. Fanslaw, if you would address that question on number 15?
Dave Fanslaw, City Planning. The site right now contains, or did contain, 3 houses. It's zoned GC. This is a rezoning to CC. It's already in the ACI district, and it will be a bank.
So I want to make sure you got your question answered. It is being proposed to be redeveloped into a bank property. Mr. Harding, your light's on if you'd like to be recognized.
I just wanted to say, to clarify, so this is, we really don't do GC zoning anymore. And so probably, I'm assuming when they came in for the building permit, they worked with the planning department where they rezoned it to CC, or made the request to rezone it to CC, which is the zoning that we currently use. Again, we really don't use GC anymore. So this is really kind of, if you will, updating the zoning so that it's still it's a use by right still within that zoning jurisdiction. So
Yeah, and if I could expand on that. So yeah, when a site comes to us and seeking redevelopment and it's zone GC, if the use that's being proposed can be permitted by right, like Councilman Harding said, in CC, we take that opportunity to ask the applicant to basically downzone the property. And the difference between GC and CC zoning is there's a lot more intense uses that are allowed by right in GC. So if we can help entitle the current project with a lesser zoning, less intense zoning jurisdiction, that's what we do.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Yes, this question is for Mr. Fanslaw. Where's the bank at? Are they here today?
I don't know if they're here or not.
I mean, because we have some questions here where we have some constituents that are, there's a conflict going on, and they could have helped or assist with the misunderstanding. So clearly there has been kind of a lack of public input.
Lack of public input from?
In the area where?
Well, we held a planning board hearing, we sent out our notifications. I can't answer the question of where the property owner or where the developer is.
And they're not here today?
Like I said, I do not know if they're here.
Okay, I move that we lay this over so that we can have some interaction with the bank.
Would that be to November 14th, the next meeting?
Yep, November 14th.
Okay. Second. There's a motion and a second. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just want to say that whether we voted this up or down today, the bank can be built on GC. Is that correct, Mr. Fanzon?
That is correct.
So it doesn't really matter whether we change the zoning or not, we're just doing it for future use. And this zoning actually would benefit the neighbors surrounding the bank because it'll actually prohibit something more intrusive than what the bank is. So it actually benefits the neighbors in the neighborhood, is that right?
That is correct, and that's why we suggest the down zoning in this situation.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And maybe I would like to call back up the person that, ma'am, would you want to come back up? Because I just wanted to get your opinion now that you found that out. Would you be willing? I just wanted, now that we would confirm that a bank is going in there.
Ya que confirmamos que el banco es el que se va a poner en esa situación, en esta propiedad.
Is that something that you have concerns about or that you would want to voice concerns about now that you know it's a bank?
Ya que sabes que es un banco, ¿hay otra cosa que te gustaría decir o notificar o decir de por qué no te quieres el banco allí? ¿O otros pensamientos que tengas?
Sí.
Yes.
Eso no lo quería decir todavía.
That's not something I wanted to say right
Pero
away.
de que yo compré al lado de mi casa porque estoy esperando mi hijo, ya faltan 2 años para que se haga máster.
So I didn't want to say this, but I also bought the property next to my house where it's located at, and I'm waiting for my son to become a master.
En 2 años se hace máster.
In 2 hours,
In 2
sorry,
years.
in 2 years he will become a master.
Y ahí pienso hacer la oficina de él.
And I plan to make his office building there.
Ya ando en eso ya.
And I'm already in the plans and the works of creating his own business and business property there.
So is that property next door to the bank?
Y eso está al lado del banco.
No sé dónde queda el banco, no sé dónde lo piensan hacer.
She
No
says she
tengo ni
doesn't
idea.
know where the bank location will be at. She has no idea where it's going to be at.
Okay, it's I think it's the address, it's right at the corner of 30th and Fowler.
Dice que está en la esquina de la 30 y la Fowler.
Porque yo estoy enfrente del correo.
Because she said that she is in front of the post office.
Okay. I wish I knew 30th and Fowler
Dice que le gustaría
well
que
enough to
también
know where your
supiera.
property is, but 1 block north.
Que dice que
She has the floor.
If you know the answer, Ms. Johnson, I'd be more than happy to entertain it because I don't know the answer.
ahorita están tratando de averiguar dónde está tu propiedad.
Then
Pero dice que está como al norte de
what's your
un bloque
point?
de dónde está.
Okay. So apparently nobody up here knows exactly where your land is next in comparison to this. I just wanted to make sure you knew that this shouldn't affect your property.
Enfrente tengo el correo del mero enfrente.
Well, she's saying that her property is right in front of the post office, pero ella te está diciendo que ella nomás quería saber que si tú sabías que ese banco no te va a afectar en nada y tampoco no te puede afectar nada en el desarrollo del edificio que tú quieres comprar en el futuro.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Okay, well, and what I would hope is that if we've got a bank going in right in that neighborhood, maybe that'll be helpful to your son when you need to take out a loan so that you can build the office there, and then we'll have a new bank and a new office for your son. It'll make the neighborhood better. So thank you for coming down
Thank
today.
you.
Hold on one second. Another
espérate.
council member may have a
Otra
question
persona
for you. I'm just
quizás
going to yield
tiene
the
una
floor.
pregunta por ti.
Miss.
Yes, I said another
I'm-
council member may have a question for you, so I asked him to
Okay,
stay.
but I'm in the queue first.
All right, just a
Just so
minute.
we're
I'll
clear.
make that judgment when I can see my light. Do you want to advance the light system there? Okay, Mr. Harding is next in the queue. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess a couple of things. One, I heard you say something about maybe wanting to have your son build on the property. I'm not sure, I'm looking at a map right now. I'm not sure which parcel that is, but make sure that the zoning's correct for whatever that is. I'll just say that. In addition to that, so
And it's gone away now.
Dice que nos.
Continue.
está
Can I
viendo tu
continue?
propiedad y
Thank you.
quiere ver- quieres-
Point of order, my light was on in the queue, and this machine continues to rotate and does what it wants to do, and I was in the queue, so I asked for point of order here.
The point of order is when I see the lights on, I call them in order they're received.
Okay, but
And-
we have a malfunction with this system, and it kicks me out.
All right. Ms. Johnson, he's yielding his time, although it is accurate to say Mr. Hug is in the queue next.
I was in the queue before he was until the machine
Mr. Hug is
malfunctioned.
yielding his time. Ms. Johnson, the floor is yours.
Excuse me, Mr. President, this is in my district. And again, we have a bank. Clearly, a bank is very important in terms of economic development. That's no doubt. However, a bank has a responsibility for community involvement. And the question today, as I indicated in my request to lay this over, was so that this community could be informed, so that they could understand the investment that is being presented here today. No matter what we do in a community, if a community is not aware of the impact, the value, any of those things, we cannot provide them with education. We cannot say that we are doing something for this community, an underserved community, when people are not informed about the benefits. I mean, no matter how we dress this over regarding this is a bank, we still have an issue here regarding why the bank isn't here today to present its own case. And two, we have confusion in this community, a community in which I am the representative, a community where I have an obligation to educate, where I have an obligation to discuss and be given time to educate and discuss this conflict that we have.
En la otra esquina hay otro banco. Sí, lo está
Thank you,
viendo.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Lo que está diciendo que ella no-
Are there further lights in the queue? Mr. Hug, are you back in? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, what is your address again?
¿Cuál es su dirección otra vez?
Tori Fowler Avenue,
Okay, and
en 28 Tori Fowler Avenue,
2830?
28 en Tori.
Okay, 2830
Yeah.
And then-
Fowler Avenue.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Tori.
And 3030 Fowler.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't know that neighborhood as well as his council member Johnson does. I'm pretty familiar with it. So you live directly in back of the grocery store?
Que dice que tu
Burger
propiedad es
King.
atrás de del Burger King que está ahí.
No, atrás,
No.
atrás del correo.
Behind the post office that's around there.
Behind the post office. Okay, is the post office next to the Burger King?
Al lado del correo está el Burger King.
No.
She said no.
All right. Where's Ames? Orientate down here, Ames.
Están tratando.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank
Es
you.
toda la pregunta que él tenía.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
just
Harding.
trying to
You're
orientate
recognized.
myself.
Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Trying to remember where I was. So, God, I sounded like Joe Biden when I said that, didn't I? My voice is going. So, again, I wanted to bring up the point. Well, first of all, by right, it's allowed today. This is actually the change in zoning is actually a less intense use or less intense zoning and would be more restrictive as to what would be allowed there. Again, the bank would have been under the old zone or under GC would still be allowed. And again, when as was explained by Director Fanslow on the having the opportunity when they came in for this project to make that down zoning, if you will, less intense use. They take that opportunity. So it really benefits the neighborhood. In addition to that, we keep saying that there's been no public input or no opportunity for input. And again, the process is by the time it gets to this level, to the city council, for a rezoning, it's already gone through the public hearing process of the planning board. So there has been an opportunity in the past to weigh in on this. And again, so this is very, if it could be handled administratively, it would have been, but because of the rezoning process, and again, to benefit the neighborhood by having a less intense use of the land with the zoning, I don't see what the issue is here. So I will not support the layover, and I'll support the approval of this if a motion to that effect is made.
Thank you, Mr. Begley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Councilman Hug kind of asked my question. I just wanted to verify what your address is. I was confused. I'm sorry. Was it 3030 Fowler Ave? Is that your property? I'm
¿Sí
sorry.
era tu deducción? ¿La que dijiste 3030? Yes.
3030?
¿La 3030? Yes.
Okay, thank you, because I'm looking at the map.
Porque él está
So
viendo
your
en la
property
mapa.
is just to the west of where this bank is being proposed,
Dice
is
que tu
that
propiedad
correct?
está al lado oeste de donde está el banco.
Okay.
Está tu propiedad. She has another question?
Well, hang on,
Yeah. Espérate,
if I can, sorry, I just wanted to verify that. So
Solo nomás quiere
your-
verificar que esa es tu
your
dirección.
property address is 3030 Fowler Ave?
So, tu propiedad es la 3030 Fowler
Fowler Avenue y
Avenue.
la 2830.
And as well as 2830. She has two properties.
So 2830 is on the east side of 30th Street across the street, not where this is being built, correct?
So dice que tus propiedades no están donde están tratando de convertir el banco. Porque dice que uno está en el west y uno está en el este.
No, dile que no sé. Dile que
She said no, that she's not familiar. She doesn't know where they're going to construct the bank.
la última cosa que le voy a decir, dile.
She has one more question.
No, yo.
I don't have any more
Okay.
questions. Thanks, Mr. President.
The floor is at council members at this moment. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
La pregunta nomás son para ellos.
Mr. President, it has been motion and second.
Yes, it has. There's still some further lights on. Do you have further remarks?
Nope.
Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Two things. One, I want to be clear. When you say you're not sure where the bank is going to be built, do you mean on the part of the parcel where it's going to be built or the parcel where it's going to be built?
Dice, tú estás diciendo que ahorita no sabes dónde está, dónde van a construir el banco. ¿Será porque tú no sabes en qué lado va a ser el banco o cómo va a estar situacionado el banco?
Es que yo apenas ahorita me enteré del banco.
She said that it's just because she just found out that they were trying to build the bank. She had no clue that it was being built. So I guess she can't envision it right now since she just found out that they were doing a bank.
Okay, and that's what
Una
I'm
sola
trying
pregunta
to
les quiero
understand.
Espérate, es lo que quiero
Envision
preguntar.
where on the property it's being built, on the parcel it's being built, or where the parcel is that it is being built. Do you understand the distinction?
Dice
or
que tú
am I
quieres
being
saber
clear?
dónde van a hacer la propiedad o dónde va a quedar el lugar que están contratando. La pregunta que tiene el Pati.
Que si dónde va a quedar.
Si tú sabes,
No.
tu pregunta es dónde va a estar, si tú sabes dónde se va a poner el banco o dónde se va a situar todo lo que van a hacer.
Esa es la pregunta mía.
Ujú. Es la pregunta.
No, es que yo no sé nada de dónde lo van a hacer.
I guess she says she has no clue. of
I'm
where-
sorry, she has what?
She says she has no clue of it.
Okay, if I were to say it was being built on the southwest corner of 30th and Larimore, would that
Si dice que él lo poniera, si él lo clarificara que se está construyendo en el lado sureste de la propiedad, ¿entenderías eso?
Yeah.
Sí. She said yes.
and how far is that from her house?
¿Y qué tan lejos está ahí de tu casa, de tu propiedad? Déjame. Well, let me put it maps.
I mean, that's, I was trying to do the maps too, but.
Okay.
Dile que hoy estoy aquí por una sola razón.
She's saying that she's only here today for one reason only.
Okay. Yo no sé mucho de esta de que la hagan comercial o que no la hagan comercial.
She doesn't know a lot about them creating the building or the property commercial or not commercial.
Soy una mujer muy ignorante,
I'm a woman that's very ignorant,
pero tengo más de 30 propiedades
but I have more than 30 properties.
y es la primera vez que vengo aquí.
And this is the first time I have ever come to one of these
Quiero
meetings.
ver en qué me beneficia y en qué me perjudica.
And she wants to know what this property converting into that will benefit me and not benefit me. The pros and cons.
Okay.
Dice que aquí lo van a
Well,
hacer.
it's
Yeah.
zoned for commercial uses today.
Esa es tu propiedad, dice
Which-
la señora, si es tu propiedad.
Este y este.
Yeah, this right here is her property. Okay, dice quizás así le vas a entender. Dice que quizás así lo puedes entender. No lo
There
tengo
we
que
go.
te van a seguir, pero ahí es donde van a hacer el banco y tu propiedad está ahí.
¿Y dónde van a hacer el banco?
Ahí
Carol
donde está
Merrill.
la derecha.
¿Dónde está?
Aquí donde van a hacer el banco. There we go. Ahí está.
¿Lo van a hacer en la esquina?
En la esquina.
Pero si en la esquina hay un anti. Oh, ok.
So, ahí va a estar el banco y ahí va a estar tu casa. Ahí está tu casa, ahí está el
Pero
banco.
por eso, ¿en qué me beneficia o en qué me perjudica?
Yep, so she wants to know how would it benefit her, the pros and cons of building the bank
Okay,
there.
before we address that, could you point out where her property is?
Dice que si puedes apuntarle dónde está tu propiedad.
Aquí le pongo.
Sí, pone tu dedo.
Okay, so is that space in between the extra parcel that she mentioned that she hoped to someday build something there too?
So dice que ese espacio que dijiste aquí es donde quieres hacer el edificio para tu hijo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That helps
Gracias.
on a
Dice
couple
que
of
eso
things.
le ayuda.
So I'll take a stab at at how it might benefit. Again, well, actually, before I go there, as I mentioned earlier, there was an opportunity for public input on this, certainly at the planning board level, and that there are notifications that the city sends out because of the rezoning to those properties within 300 feet of the parcel. So notice would have been sent certainly out prior to the planning board agenda. I'm not sure when this appeared on there. I'm going to guess it was probably August,
Yeah, que
maybe
cuando
September. September. So there was certainly that opportunity. Again, it's zoned, so here I'm going to try to answer your question on the benefits. It's zoned commercial today. It will be, it's proposed to be rezoned for commercial as well, but a less intense use of the ground commercially. So there are more restrictions as to what could be developed on that than what is in the current zoning of GC, general commercial. So I would tell you that it does benefit your ground because it will add a commercial use in there that is less intense than maybe some other use that might go there that might not be as beneficial to the neighborhood as a bank. So I would certainly make the argument that what's being proposed is certainly additive to not only the neighborhood and the neighbors, but to the area in general.
Convertida en otra zona más, como se dice, más difícil, pues, en otras palabras.
Okay.
So, la manera que están poniendo el banco ahorita allí es para que
that conclude your
puedan
remarks, Mr. Hardy?
bajar la zona y para que ya
Yes,
mucha gente
yes.
ya no pueda construir
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
edificios
Yes,
ahí
Mr.
porque ya
President,
se-
again, I've made a motion to lay this over where this allows more education to be provided in a community that is poverty-stricken. We have two young ladies that have a language barrier here that are confused about what's going on. I understand that the zoning process would have done some notification, but again, in this particular area, when we're sending out notifications, notifications are sent out to the property owner. We have more than 60% of homes occupied in this particular area that are renters. So this young lady, as well as others, may not have even been notified that this change is going to come about. Again, I ask that we lay this over to allow more education in this area so that there is a true benefit to this area. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to lay over until November 14th. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 4-3. Item 16, an ordinance to rezone property located southwest of 25th Avenue and Jones Street from DS District to CBD District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is communications and support.
And so to make sure you know what just happened there, it was laid over for 2 weeks to November 14th. If you want to get together with your council member or the planning director to fully understand what we'll do at that point. Okay, thank you. Public hearing and vote on number 16 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any questions on number 16, but I wanted to just clarify if we have a meeting next week or not.
We do not.
On the
No,
7th?
I'm sorry, we do have a meeting.
We do.
Yes.
So we're laying
Yes,
over
yes.
for 2 weeks intentionally. I just want to make sure that that wasn't because we thought maybe we weren't meeting next week, because we are meeting next week. That was my.
You're correct. The one caveat I had in my mind is we will not be a full council next week, but we do meet next week.
Okay. I just want to make sure if we're going to be doing layovers, I want to make sure that everybody was clear our schedule.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, good clarification. Okay. Are there any further lights on number 16? If not, is there a motion?
Second.
There's a motion, a second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson. Johnson.
The motion is on number 16?
Yes,
Correct.
to approve.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 16 is approved, 7-0. Item 17, an ordinance to rezone property located at 2633 Y Street from HI District to R4 District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 17 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Opponents number 17, please? Okay. Public hearing is closed. There's a motion, a second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 17 is approved, 7-0. Item 18, an ordinance to amend the boundaries of the MCC overlay district to incorporate into that district the property located at 4808 and 4826 Q Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 18 is today. Proponents, please.
Donald Fisnick, attorney for the applicant, just here to answer any questions.
Thank you. And your address, too?
7777 L Street, Ralston, Nebraska.
Thank you. Any other proponents on number 18? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion a second. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 18 is approved, 7-0.
Thank you.
Items 19 and 20 can be considered together for property located southwest of 72nd and Dodge Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 19, an ordinance to rezone this property from CC District to TOD 1MX District Mixed Use. Item 20, an ordinance to rescind the ACI Overlay District for this property.
Public hearing and vote on items 19 and 20 are today. Proponents, please.
Jen Cross, HDR, 1917 South 67th Street. Here to answer any questions as we need to represent the owner.
And Bart Thompson with Rainwood Development Partners, 10340 North 84th Street.
Thank you. Any other proponents on these items? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Motion a second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 21 through 23 can be considered together for property located at 3005 and 3006 Emmett Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 21, an ordinance to rezone this property from GC District to CC District. Item 22, an ordinance to amend the boundaries of the ACI 1 overlay district to incorporate this property into that district. Item 23, an ordinance to approve a PUR overlay district and a CC district.
Public hearing and vote on items 21, 22, and 23 are today. Proponents, please.
Brian Hanson, Omaha Housing Authority, 1823 Harney Street. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents?
Terry Morrison with Earhart Griffin and Associates, 3552 Farnham Street. I'm the civil engineer on the project. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents?
Donnie Johnson, the Johnson Equestrian Foundation, and North Omaha Concerned Citizen Foundation, a 501c3, 4928 North 52nd Street. And by the way, sir, as a Navy lieutenant, I was trying to say, as a paperboy in 1965, I used to deliver papers on that area on 30th name all the time. But you didn't want to hear my information. All these applications, for them animals I'm bringing from Africa, do I have to come here and get a rezoning
Donnie,
permit?
you have to keep it to these items or you're going to be out.
I know,
of
I'm just
order,
asking about a rezoning. Where do I do that?
That's good. Not on this item. You can
Okay.
talk to the planning department. Any other opponents to number 21, 22, and 23? Seeing none, public hearings closed. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thanks.
Item 24, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow a daycare in the R3 district located at 11723 Camden Avenue. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 24 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the applicant here today? Thank you.
Thank you.
Move the approval.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 24 is approved, 7-0. Item 25, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow auto sales in the GC district located at 1941 South 42nd Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 25 is today. Proponents, please. Come on down.
Jerry Tunin, 4817 Chicago Street, Omaha, Nebraska. Just here for questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Bagley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Tunin, a couple questions for you. Good afternoon. How you doing today?
Good, you?
Good. Thanks for coming down. Just a quick question. In the attachment, it says, submitted plan indicates 10 design stalls for the business. The majority of sales are proposed to be online. Is that what you're looking at? Tell me how this is going to work. I know we had talked about this before on prior agendas, but tell me how that's going to look at the center mall there.
They've allotted some parking. There's tons of parking there. It used to be a shopping mall. The management company has allotted some spots for Matt. I'm just a friend of Matt, so.
Okay.
But for that, but the real purpose is for online advertising, in order to use a lot of the services online, you have to have a dealer's license to list and everything over like a couple items. So that's kind of where the caveat is you got to have a dealer's license to even use these services. So
Okay, and so if I'm selling a car online, is that I'll bring it down to 42nd Street and have it there? Is that where you would exchange it, or what? How will that look? And how many cars? It says 10 stalls for the business. Do you anticipate using all those, or is that just the maximum you'll have?
No, I'm not sure where that figure came from, or if that was just like the minimum requirement or whatnot. But that's what they had the management company allot them. As far as actual sales and whatnot, no, it's a lot of it is just marketing it. A lot of times stuff doesn't sell. In fact, selling a lot of stuff is very difficult. So it's more the ability to be able to list the items. Some things may sell, but typically those will actually remain with the customer until a sale appears to be, going to happen.
Okay, and this isn't going to be like a full-fledged auto sales where one of the floors at the center mall will be filled with used cars for sale.
Oh, no,
Okay,
no,
that's
nothing.
kind of what I was getting at. Sorry, I probably did a poor job asking you that. So that's my fault.
No.
You're doing fine.
Yeah.
And you answered my question then, so I appreciate you coming down. That's all I had, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. Hug, you're recognized.
So, what's your connection with the business?
Matt is, he's a friend of mine, but also we do business with some other companies and stuff together as partners. So he's just not here in town in Omaha currently. He's in Florida. So they said it'd be a good idea to have somebody here to answer questions. So I showed up for him.
So are you involved in the day-to-day operation of Robinson and Sons Vehicles LLC?
No,
Okay.
No.
Do you know how many people they propose to employ in their marketing endeavors?
Right now, I'm guessing 2 to 3, him, his wife, and maybe like a secretary or whatnot. Yeah.
Is this part of any business that has previously done similar business at this location?
No,
Okay. That's all the questions I got.
Thank you. There's no further lights. Is there a motion? Motion or second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 25 is approved, 7-0.
Thanks.
Consent agenda. Any member of the City Council may cause any item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the City Council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed, unless otherwise provided by the City Council Rules of Order.
The public hearings on agenda items 26 through 32 were held on October 24th. I don't see any further lights. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
There's a motion and a second. Ms. Johnson, do you wish to speak?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
On item number 26, I just have a few questions. One, what is Mutual's liability in the event of accidents or damages caused by the streetscape improvement? Can anyone answer that question?
Not sure if that's a planning question or a public
Bob
works
Stubbe,
question.
Public Works.
Okay, thank you.
Typically, these agreements are drafted to protect the city, and I'm looking at the agreement that's included as part of the council documents here.
I could maybe.
Matt Kuzi, Law Department. On clause number 9 of the agreement, owner agrees to indemnify, protect, and hold city harmless from and against any and all actions or causes of action, claims, demands, liabilities, loss, damage, injury, suit, proceeding, judgment, cost, or expense of whatever kind or nature arising from or as a result of any incident, act, action, cause of action, negligence, transaction, or omission of the owner in connection with or incidental to the construction, operation, maintenance, or use of the improvements with and upon the property in the areas identified in the streetscape maintenance plan limits.
Thank you. And what is the duration of the agreement, and are there any renewal options?
Mackenzzie Law Department, it does not appear that there is a necessary period of duration or renewal in the agreement.
Is that normal for these type of events?
It can be, yes.
Is it fiscally responsible for us to take that on without that as a consideration?
As Mackenzzie Law Department, as I indicated with clause number 9, there is a protection for the city in the case of any type of incident or anything like that. And I'd also point out that clause number 13 of the agreement requires the owner to have commercial general liability insurance and automobile insurance. It's not for me to comment on fiscal responsibility, but there are a number of protections that protect the city in the case of in case of an incident.
Okay, will the public have access to and be able to enjoy the streetscape improvements?
In this particular case, this is an agreement because they've got improvements within the public right-of-way. Clause number 1 indicates that the owner will maintain or cause to be maintained at its own expense the landscape sidewalks, green areas, bollards. So obviously, public right-of-way is accessible by the public.
So there will not be any restrictions on the public for the use of this area?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you. There was a motion and a second to approve items 26 through 32. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
There's been a request by a council member to remove items 42 and 43 from the consent agenda. So first, we'll have the public hearings on agenda items 33 through 41. If you wish to address the City Council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself by name, address, and who you represent, and if you are a proponent or an opponent. This is items 33 through 41. Seeing none, public hearing's closed. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
There's a motion, a second to approve items 33 through 41. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 42, a resolution to approve the grant agreement to provide funding in the amount of $28,710 for the lead-based paint hazard control work to the property located at 3136 North 59th Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 42 is today. Proponents, please.
Steve Zivney, City of Omaha Planning Department, Lead Information Office, here to answer any questions you may have about this.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents to number 42? Public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Steve, these questions are for you and the general contractor, which is Rife, is that correct?
Yeah, Rife Construction, yes.
Okay, and they're not here today, is that correct?
No, they are not.
All right, so I apologize in advance because most of these questions are directed at them. Hopefully you have the answer for these questions. Has the general contractor engaged with the local community to understand their needs and concerns regarding this project?
wouldn't say I exactly know the answer to that. As far as engaging with the community, this is a lead hazard control program that has been in place for many years. Rife Construction has been a contractor of ours for many years as well, and they've completed many of these projects. So they're an important team member to our program and our projects. I think they understand the importance of this. I don't know if a better maybe question or discussion to have is maybe how these folks, the client came into the program, or I guess I don't have an answer for you on that. Maybe I don't understand quite what the question is about, if they've been, how engaging it in the public look, I guess.
I'll be happy to explain.
On something like this.
I'll be happy to explain, since we're having lead removal east of 72nd,
yes.
Because that is an environmental concern for this particular area. We know that the lead impacts health concerns for children and others in that particular area. So my question regarding the contractor engagement with the community in his efforts to abate the lead is centered around that. He will have to go in and do the necessary safeguards and things like that. And so keeping the community informed and educated about what he's doing, that certainly should be something that he should be saying or doing prior to just going in. And that would defray some questions coming to me as the city council representative, as folks will undoubtedly have some concerns about what's going on.
Sure, okay. Let me expand a little bit more then.
Okay.
So in this work, these contractors are specialty contractors that go through a set of training.
Mm-hmm.
They have state licenses, they go through a state test. So they're well aware of the lead-safe work practices that need to take place for this work to happen safely. In part of those work-safe practices, there are steps that need to be taken where caution tape needs to be put up, signs need to be placarded at the residence. We actually put a sign in the front yard for the planning department that lets the neighborhood know what is going on at this site. So as far as, you know, a level of outreach or a level of engagement or immediately around that property, there is some level of engagement, I would say, that goes on, or precautions that are taken so that work is done safely and that no other neighbors or residents in the community could be at risk from that work being done.
So would you say that level of engagement is by putting the signs up, that area, that those residents nearby will need to be able to look at those signs and glean and understand what's about to take place? Perhaps that sign does have a point of contact, who they should call if they have questions. Perhaps all of that information is on that sign, and this is how we provide that level of education to the community.
We do have our phone number for the lead information on that sign, but let me just be clear too that it's immediately on that property or within the vicinity of that property is where is all the precautions that need to take place per the regulations, is the caution tape that's put up, the signs that are put up, really are geared towards that resident or the tenants that are in that house as well. Obviously it's somewhat of a construction site. I mean, folks are going to notice, right? They're going to notice work trucks, they're going to notice company trucks there, they're going to notice something's going on. So that, but the steps are being taken to protect those tenants or occupants of that property, along with that sign that we put in the front yard that has our contact information. If there's any questions on anything that might be going on, that, again, I remember I was up here a few weeks ago too. I would like to be known. I would like to be called about that. But we do get a lot of calls too, also, council member, that of projects that are not city projects. Someone's power washing a house. So we do have that going on, and there's that distinction that needs to be made too. I need to go through that due diligence to see if, yes, I want to know about it, but sometimes it may not be something I can do anything about, because we're not enforcement. We do have resources though for enforcement. We can contact the EPA. The state of Nebraska has some sort of enforcement arm. But generally, yes, I would like to be known about it, because I might be able to help about it.
All right, and then do you know if the contractor has any plans for hiring local residents from this marginalized community for the project workforce?
I know they have a crew that's set already. I know they're constantly looking for people. Everyone is struggling for good workers. I know their office is located in North Omaha, off about 45th and Military. So, right, exactly what their needs are, or hiring needs are, I don't know that exactly, but I know they are staffed to take on this project, or they wouldn't have, provided a bid for it. So I do know that they're prepared for this.
Okay, and do you know if the contractor has any plans to involve local businesses, especially those owned by minority individuals, as suppliers and vendors for this project?
I don't know. I mean, some of the things that they're going to be going for suppliers are like paint. I know there's Sherwin-Williams. They use Sherwin-Williams, and then our window supplier is they use a company out of West Omaha that supplies the windows, and the windows are made out of state.
So perhaps not. Again, we're here in a marginalized community, and this is an opportunity for suppliers and vendors to come from this particular area. Just curious as to if this contractor has taken that into consideration. Has he opened his doors? Has he reached out to in this area at all?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
How will the contractor minimize disruption to the daily lives of the community members during this project?
Generally, it's pretty unintrusive to the tenants or occupiers outside of the property. They may park on the street, take up a parking spot here and there, but generally the work is, from 8 to 5, 8 to 4, Monday through Friday.
And is that on that sign as well, the 8 to 4?
No, no, it's not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 42 is approved, 7-0. Item 73, a resolution to approve the
I
divert.
think we have 43, right?
Item 43?
Yep, 43.
Isn't that what I said?
I think you said 73.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Item 43, a resolution to approve the deferred payment loan to provide funding in the amount of $38,500 for the rehabilitation and lead removal work to the property located at 4803 Saratoga Street.
Was that wishful thinking for Halloween? Public hearing and vote on number 43 is today. Proponents, please.
Hi there, Kelly Johnson Dorsey, Planning Department, here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any other proponents to the 43? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Johnson, can you explain why we're doing a deferred payment plan here?
Yes, so this is a program administered with our home funds to add additional affordable housing units to the community. So this is a program where landlords apply for this funding, and it is in the form of a deferred payment loan to ensure that the units will remain affordable for, in this case, 10 years.
Okay, and I'm going to ask the same questions that I asked of Steve a few minutes ago, as it relates to how will the contractor ensure the quality of work to ensure that the vendors and the suppliers, has he reached out to any vendors and suppliers in that local area?
So
Go ahead.
this is a different program, so we are not under contract with a contractor. We have an agreement with the landlord. The landlord then goes ahead and they secure their own contractor, which is typically their own contractor, their own team who does this. So our agreement is with the landlord to provide affordable housing units, not with a contractor in this case. So it's a bit of a different program.
So with the home program, the landlord has the latitude to seek workers, vendors, suppliers. He doesn't have any restrictions or any guidance to ensure that there's opportunities for this community to have those opportunities.
It is under their discretion to hire who they find is the best contractors for their job. And in terms of confirming that it's a high quality construction, we have construction specialists that then go out and inspect the work to ensure that it meets our home standards.
Has the city planning department given any thought to, with these home funds, to put any kind of restrictions there that will ensure that in areas that this service is being conducted, that individuals can have a leg up and have an opportunity to have gainful employment?
So with our home funds, we follow the regulations of the federal government because they are federal funds, and this falls under their thresholds for those requirements.
So their thresholds and their requirements does not address the concern that I'm speaking regarding workforce?
It does not apply to a project for $38,500. It needs to be a higher dollar amount to meet that threshold.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 43 is approved 7-0. Item 44, a resolution to approve the program agreement with the Nebraska Department of Transportation for the North 24th Street Streetscape Improvement Project.
Public hearing and vote on number 44 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, my name is Krista Wassner, Public Works Design Engineer. I'm here to provide additional background to this item that's before you today. The item is for the North 24th Streetscape improvements. The general extent of the project is generally from Ohio to Sailor. Previously, the North Omaha Street BID and the mayor's office got together and put an application together for federal earmark funding for safety improvements, landscaping, and storm sewer modifications. The city was awarded $4 million on behalf of the BID, and the city is also providing a $1 million match to that. It's an 80-20 split, 80% NDOT, 20% city funded for this project. The BID has no costs associated with this project directly. So the request to council today is to approve the program agreement between the City of Omaha and NDOT to secure the funding for the project. Next steps will be to select the consultant. We'll work directly with NDOT for selection of design and the NEPA process. Council will be seeing another request and action coming about for either one contract or two contracts for design and NEPA. Through the NEPA and design process, the public will have a chance to provide comments for the design of the project. One very important item to note is that these federal funds do expire at the end of 2026, and so we need to have all funds obligated by September 30th, or we lose the funding. So time is of the essence. You will also see a council action coming before you when we bid the project for approval.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 44 is approved, 7-0. Item 45, an ordinance to authorize the issuance of a purchase order to Cone Inc. for elevator maintenance service for the Facilities Management Division.
Public hearing on number 45 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 46, an ordinance to approve a streetscape maintenance agreement with Menard Inc. for the site at 20540 Cumberland Drive.
Public hearing on number 46 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 47, an ordinance to amend Section 23-177 of the Omaha Municipal Code by adding the employment classification entitled Fleet Maintenance Master Technician. Personnel Board recommends approval.
Public hearing on number 47 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Claire Anderson Hubbard, Human Resources, here to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Deb Sander, Human Resources, here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents on 47? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 48, an ordinance to amend Section 23-177 of the Omaha Municipal Code by changing the title of the employment classification known as Automotive Mechanic to Fleet Maintenance Technician. Personnel Board recommends approval.
Public hearing on number 48 is today. Proponents, please.
Claire Anderson Hubbard, Human Resources, here for questions.
Thank you.
Deb Sander, Human Resources, here for any questions.
Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Thank you.
Item 49, an ordinance to approve an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement with the Omaha City Employees Local 251 to amend Article 20, Section 6 for ASE certification pay. Personnel Board recommends approval.
Public hearing on number 49 is today. Proponents, please.
Deb Sander, Human Resources, here to answer any questions.
Any other proponents on 49? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 50, an ordinance to approve an agreement with Premier Biotech LLC for drug and alcohol testing of city employees and prospective employees.
Public hearing on number 50 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Bree Robbins, Labor Relations Director, here to answer any questions.
Juan Villalobos, City Safety Manager, is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Hug, you're recognized. Sorry.
Premier Biotech LLC, a Nebraska corporation.
I can try to find that answer, Councilman. I do know that they have a state contract with the state of Nebraska. They are out of Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Thank you. No further lights. Next item.
Item 51, an ordinance to approve an agreement with the Omaha Public Schools for the city to provide school resource officers for the 2023-2024 school year.
Public hearing on number 51 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 52, an ordinance to transfer funds in the 2024 budget from the wage adjustment account to the city police department.
Public hearing on number 52 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 53, an ordinance to approve a professional services agreement with First National Bank of Omaha to provide banking services for the city.
Public hearing on number 53 is today. Proponents, please.
Donna Waller, City Finance.
Chris Kestel with First National Bank of Omaha.
Thank you. Any other proponents on 53? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 54, an ordinance to amend Chapter 20, Article 3 of the Omaha Municipal Code entitled Offenses Against the Public Peace by adding Section 20-51 to prohibit ghost gun kits. A is amendment of the whole requested by Councilmember Festerson.
So for those that are here to address these next four items, there are two ordinances and two resolutions that we intentionally scheduled on the same day so that those that are here that want to address each item are able to do so on the same topic. But each will have its own public hearing today. I've asked the city attorney to present each item to give a short overview of what each of them does, and his legal observations since the law department was asked to opinion on the matter. And then I know we have Chief Schmaderer here too to provide his perspective as a proponent on each of them as well. I believe he also has Lieutenant Stiles and Sergeant Dembinski here from the Omaha Police Department Firearms Unit, should there be any questions for them from council members. Otherwise, we'll proceed to the normal proponents and opponents. Since we anticipate a lot of input, we will proceed in having the clerk manage a 4-minute light system for each testifier, just to make sure we get to everyone on each of these items. So there will be a 4-minute timeline. You'll see a green light and a yellow light, and then a red when your time's up. And we ask you to not be repetitive, but to and respect that time frame. But as always, a council member can follow up with anyone they want to hear more from or ask questions from to expand upon what they've provided us today. So with that, we'll start with the public hearing and vote on number 54 today. Mr. Kuzi, you're recognized.
Matt Guzzi, City of Omaha Law Department. Item number 54, and specifically the amendment on item number 54, deals with the possession of unfinished frames and receivers, making it unlawful for a person who is not a licensed firearms importer, licensed manufacturer to possess an unfinished frame or receiver that does not contain a serial number placed on it by a licensed importer or manufacturer. This was at the request of Councilman Festerson, and the Law Department reviewed and prepared this ordinance for Councilmember Festerson in light of LB 77. It's the Law Department's position that in reading LB 77 and in reviewing and learning more about unfinished frames and receivers without a serial number, that these are not a firearm. Nebraska law has a specific definition of what a firearm is. It has to be capable of expelling a projectile, or it has to be readily converted to be able to expel a projectile. These unfinished frames and receivers cannot do that. Therefore, they don't fall under the prohibition in LB 77 that prevented municipalities from enacting ordinances dealing with the possession, transportation, storage, and licensing of firearms that LB 77 prohibits municipalities to do. It deals with these unfinished frames and receivers. By way of a little bit of background, the Law Department did some research on it. In 1968, the Gun Control Act was passed and required serial numbers on all firearms. All firearms sold, manufactured, possessed have to have a valid serial number under federal law. I don't have a specific date when this started, but companies began to sell these unfinished frames and receivers, and since they were non-functional in and of themselves, they didn't qualify as a firearm under federal law, which means it didn't require a serial number, nor did it require any sort of background checked. Now, it's my understanding that they can be finished, we're talking about unfinished ones, and become a functioning firearm, but a degree of work is involved in order to assemble them, which the Law Department does not feel would make them readily converted to expel a projectile. Recently, this topic has been in the news in, I think, August or April of 2022. The ATF enacted a regulation that then classified these unfinished frames and receivers as firearms. They previously had not classified them as such, and therefore that they required serial numbers and background checks. There has been some federal court proceedings on that particular ATF regulation, and I think the current state of the matter is the U.S. Supreme Court lifted the injunction imposed by the lower federal courts. So until that matter is resolved, the ATF's position remains with that. But that is the purpose of this particular ordinance under 54, and again, specifically to the amendment of the whole. In addition, there was a provision added for a safe harbor. If this ordinance was enacted, somewhat similar to the 1968 Gun Control Act, this is then going to make it illegal to possess something in the future which is currently not criminalized under our code. So there was a need to create a safe harbor provision which would give these people a chance to dispose of it, turn them from unfinished to finished, and in order to give them time to do that, we came up with a January 31st, 2024 date as a safe harbor in there. But that is the contents of item number 54.
Okay, thank you. Chief Schmouder?
Todd Schmouder, Chief of Police, 5 South 15th Street. So good afternoon, the council. Good afternoon to everyone that's in the room here today. As a preamble, the mayor and I are for legal gun ownership. We do support the Second Amendment. We felt that LB 77 went too far by eliminating local control. What works in Kimball, Nebraska does not necessarily work in the large population of Omaha. As Chief of Police, I use 3 criteria to analyze legislative bills and proposed ordinances. First criteria, is it an operational issue? In short, is it causing a problem in Omaha? Number 2, will the proposed law make an impact or act as a tool for investigators, my detectives, so there is a specific deterrent value and potentially have a general deterrent value? And then number 3, does the action the law is addressing potentially jeopardize my officers or the public? The answer as it relates to ghost guns to all 3 of those criteria is yes. In 2019, we had 2 recovered ghost guns. In 2022, the Omaha Police Department recovered 46 ghost guns without a serial number. In 2023, our year-to-date numbers are 61 firearms have been recovered without a serial number. From 2019 to 2023, 132 ghost guns have been recovered in the city of Omaha. Out of that 132, 65 of the 132 were recovered by a juvenile or a minor, recovered from a juvenile or a minor. 98% of those ghost guns are made by Polymer 80 Inc. out of Dayton, Nevada. In July of this year, a ghost gun was used in the shooting of a female, and through ballistic testings, showed the ghost gun was also used in an attempted murder being investigated by the Council Bluffs Police Department. In September of last year, 2 ghost guns were recovered during a homicide investigation of a 20-year-old who was shot and killed. One of the ghost guns was determined to be the murder weapon. The city of Omaha has been harmed by ghost guns, and the trend is on the rise. As such, and as Chief of Police, I see an operational issue at hand, and is why I am a proponent of the ordinance, and I, of course, remain for any questions of the council.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to proponents, and I'll proceed with the order in which folks signed in. The first proponent would be Richard Schultz.
Hello, everyone. I'm Richard Schultz, Douglas County Health Department here, 1819 Farnham Street, just available to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. The next proponent is Jamin Johnson.
Hello, Mr. President and members of the council. Jamin Johnson, Douglas County Health Department, here to answer any questions.
Thank you. The next proponent is Aaron Feistinger.
President Festerson, members of the Omaha City Council, the Women's Fund of Omaha is dedicated to reducing incidents of domestic violence in this city and state and creating safety for survivors. For this reason, we offer our support of agenda items 54 through 57. Hope that's okay. I don't want to come up here 4 times. I'd rather go trick-or-treating with my kid.
That is okay.
Great. Nebraska does not release statistics about the connection between domestic violence and firearms, but national data demonstrates the incredible danger for victims of domestic violence posed by the lack of regulations around firearms. The presence of a gun in a domestic violence situation increases the risk of homicide by 500%. More than 600 women are shot to death by intimate partners in the United States every year. That's a victim every 14 hours. Nearly half of all women murdered in the United States are killed by a former or current intimate partner, and more than half of these homicides are by firearm. More than 1 in 4 homicides in the United States is related to domestic violence, and the use of firearms in situations of domestic violence increases the likelihood of there being multiple fatalities. Most mass shootings are related to domestic violence. In the United States, between 2014 and 2019, 59.1% of mass shootings were linked to a domestic violence incident. Around 4.5 million women alive today in the United States report that an intimate partner threatened them using a gun, and 1 million women report being shot or shot at by an intimate partner. It's my last statistic, and I'll let you get on with your day. But researchers at Johns Hopkins found that the average rate of assaults with firearms increased an average of 9.5% relative to forecasted trends in the first 10 years after 34 states relaxed restrictions on civilians carrying concealed firearms in public. All of this to say that anything that the City Council can do to mitigate the consequences of the passage of LB 77 will help survivors and victims of domestic violence in our city, and we appreciate your vote in support of these items, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And just so council members know, we do have their addresses on all the forms here, which is why I'm not following up with each person to say the address.
Oh, and real quickly, I'm sorry, I usually come with copies for everybody. Had printer problems, of course, so if anybody is interested in those statistics, citations, please let me know.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. The next proponent is Catherine Townley.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us here today. My name is Catherine Townley, and I'm here with Moms Demand Action, our Nebraska chapter. I just like to say that, first of all, we're happy to see the City Council taking action on this important issue, particularly when our state legislature has been rolling back laws and regulations and generally making Nebraska less safe for Nebraskans. With respect to ghost guns in particular, I just want to share a few important points. In less than 1 hour, these self-made weapons become fully functioning, untraceable firearms. A person can buy the parts and assemble a ghost gun without even receiving a background check. And as a result, they're becoming a weapon of choice for violent criminals, gun traffickers, and others who are legally prohibited from purchasing firearms. As a result, we urge the council to adopt this ordinance. Do I have to come back for each other?
You're welcome to,
ordinance?
but you don't have to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other proponents in the audience that want to speak to item number 54? Seeing none, next we'll move to opponents, and the first opponent that's signed in is Al Mayville. Mayville. Is Al in the audience? Please come down. Yep.
We actually came together and he had to leave, so I'm filling in for him.
Okay.
Because we worked all this stuff together. So Randy Bendorf, since 1976.
And Randy, your address, since we don't have
Oh, 12118, South 51st.
Thanks.
Since 1976, I've been working in Omaha with, it started with a problem at the West Roads, women getting raped there all the time. So helped organize the buses we were taking them to the parking lot. And then I taught women's self-defense up until some injuries took me out for decades. I'm just up here to ask, I'd like to see things that work. I consider a ghost gun like a Glock switch. Glock switches are definitely illegal, but criminals love them. They still have them. Chief Schmauder's probably got lots of numbers on those. And I was curious how many ghost guns had been used for a violent crime. He said 2 of them. So if we make these illegal, how does that impact the felon that really doesn't care? So we've got a lot of root causes without real solutions. So that was kind of my question. I sat for 3 hours with Dr. John Lott, who's the world's foremost authority on gun statistics and usages, and spent many years with Senator Brewer helping LB 77 come through. Just being aware of some of the girls that got raped when I was attending UNO, going to their cars. And a lot of the gals that I've taught over the years, they carry when they jog, whether it's a knife or some aren't comfortable with a gun. But when you start taking all these things away from people, to the law-abiding citizen to protect himself, or you're setting up with this ghost gun deal, which it's a null impact. I mean, if you look at the numbers, let's enforce the laws we've got, you know, rather than letting guys out to do a violent crime again. I would rather have some more focus on things that actually work to keep, and I always focus on the gals because, you know, I was directly affected by all that. Things that actually work. I would love to have lunch with Chief Schmatter and discuss how making a ghost gun illegal will keep him out of illegal crime. I mean, felons. I mean, so I just want to come up and give you my 2 cents. I got a ton of background. I've had hours and hours of discussion with Senator Brewer, how we prevent crime. My first visit when I was a young man to Mississippi, talking to one of the senators down there, we had all this conjecture, and I went right back to the same things I'm asking you guys now. How do we get to the root problem and really stop it? We can put all laws in place that we want, but until we start going after the root problem, boy, not much going to happen. So, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for their time.
Thank you. Next opponent is Nathan Griffith.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Griffith. I'm at 2524 North 55th Street here in Omaha. I'm also a member of the Nebraska Firearm Owners Association, but I'm speaking as an individual. My first question is, the young lady earlier said that a kit can be within an hour assembled into a functional firearm. That sort of goes against what the city attorney was saying, that it's not readily made into a firearm. So my position is that premise is invalid, and so that these resolutions, all of them, are in violation of LB 77. There are a couple of other things. I'm a retired manufacturing engineer, a registered professional engineer. I wanted to address backing up. That's not in here, but it's in the attached items, I believe, the idea of the 3D printed guns. 3D printing, if you're intending to just 3D print a complete plastic gun, let's put it this way, I don't ever want to fire that. Any 3D printed gun requires additional components added to it that you either manufacture or buy. You know, it comes into that whole premise of being able to assemble a firearm. Our history was built on the premise that we as individuals would be able to manufacture our own firearms, not for sale, not for distribution to anybody else, but we contend we have that ongoing right. And so that's part of what this whole premise is as well. Excuse me, I'm nervous. I'm kind of new to testifying, so
You're doing fine.
it. Excuse me again. I should have brought some water. The other thing that I actually was handed a note. It's my understanding that federal law does consider a frame as a firearm. And so that contention may be in dispute there as well. So I'm not sure that everything is totally settled on this, and I'm asking that the council at least postpones this, but actually vote against all of these proposals. And I think that finishes my testimony. Any questions?
Thank you. We may have some questions later.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. The next opponent is Denise Bradshaw.
I'm sorry, I'm here to speak against number 56.
This is 54.
I know, so I don't know.
Oh.
There was a confusion there. I'm here to speak against
Okay.
number 56.
Gotcha. We can hold that for 56 then.
Sorry.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. All right. Judith Straw.
I'm the same.
Same as 56? Okay. We'll hold that one as well. Patricia Harold.
Good afternoon, Patricia Harold. I'm proud to be president of the Nebraska Firearm Owners Association, representing 26,000 citizens. predominantly from the eastern side of our state, a large contingent that work and live and visit Omaha. And with regards to this particular resolution, beyond what has already been presented, the purpose of state preemption, which was actually supposed to be in effect since 1988, if you consider Article 1, Section 1 of the Nebraska Constitution, which was amended by the effort of the people to ensure that the state, the city, counties, and every other subdivision of elected government would not infringe on the law-abiding. We represent the law-abiding gun owner. We have the same concerns that Chief has in Omaha, that all the law enforcement officers have in Omaha, that even the women who are attending from Moms Demand Action have with regards to safety. We just have a different approach. We know that we are our own first responders, that many of us who cannot maybe afford to purchase from an FFL or store or Shields or Cabela's may have the opportunity to construct our own, which is perfectly legal in the state of Nebraska, and would then become illegal basically on one side of Harrison or the other. Our members who currently own what you define as ghost guns, which are simply unserialized firearms, would never use those for ill intent for any violent criminal act. And we're wondering why we're vilifying the gun owner without vilifying the criminal. When we worked with the Omaha Police Officers Association to find common ground, we found opportunities to do so by creating firearm enhancements on several violent misdemeanors that we agreed were of concern to the entire state. It is that collaboration, it's that communication, that's exchange of information that makes for effective legislation, effective resolutions. And we offer ourselves as experts. I'm a firearms instructor. I've taught over 3,000 citizens in this state. The predominant are women, the majority of which have been victimized, who didn't feel uncomfortable seeking out help or support, called 911, didn't get a response, and decided to empower themselves. They're safe, they're responsible, and they asked me to step forward today and say no to this resolution and to offer our support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next opponent is Larry Storr.
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue. I'm basically against them on language. I think the language is entirely too broad. It kind of makes me worry about what's coming down the pipe in the next few days or months. How many of these items will there be titled offenses against the public peace? And how many people might drive by my house and say that that guy's yard is a threat to public peace? I'd like you to clarify the wording, please.
Thank you. The next opponent is Luis Jimenez.
Excuse me, the handout was difficult to read. I'm not here for this item, even though I signed the paper, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay. Do you not wish to testify?
And I'm here for the resolutions, not the ordinance.
Okay, gotcha. And is that as an opponent, Luis?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a note of that. The final opponent on number 54 is Mike McDonald. Welcome, Senator.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. Happy Halloween. Feels more like should be saying Merry Christmas out there with the weather, but I'd like to follow Aaron's lead if it's okay, and talk, and I won't go over 4 minutes, but address all four. Legal opinion from the legal counsel of Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs, State of Nebraska, is saying that 54, 55, 56 are in violation of the state law. 57 is fine, and it also is definitely, I'm supportive of it. Any kind of training we can do is definitely going to be helpful. What I'm going to ask for today is, I'm not asking you to change your positions. What I'm asking is that you have a legal opinion saying this is okay. I have a legal opinion from the state. When I say that, legal counsel for the committee, if you took a step back, tabled this 54, 55, 56 for 2 weeks, asked a legal opinion of the Attorney General, I think you'd be better served with the information. It might not change your vote today, I don't know. But at least you wouldn't be putting taxpayer dollars in jeopardy based on a long, drawn-out potential court case. So, and as a state senator, I'm willing to meet with all of you. I believe every senator, if you talk to all 49, would be willing to discuss this, but I know the introducer of the bill definitely would be, Senator Brewer would definitely be willing to meet with you, his legal counsel, and you could have, again, your attorney there and the Attorney General, Mike Hilders, I'm certain would move quickly on this, and if you just tabled it for 2 weeks, I think it gives you the best picture before you make your decision, and again, possibly wasting taxpayers' dollars. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents that want to speak today on number 54? There was a motion and a second to lay over. I would press my light, but I can't press a light as senator, as president, so I'll intend to speak to that here in a minute when we close public hearing as well. Go.
Thank you, council members. My name is Chantel Fender. My address is 12118 South 51st Street. I am here today just representing a citizen of the greater city of Omaha and also as a female as well. I just would like to hit on just all the 4 different pieces, 54, 55, 56, and 57, just issues that I thought that I had questions on or that would bring attention to maybe looking into a little bit more elaboration, maybe in such situations there's some gray area there. First of all, 54, as far as ghost guns, you can really focus on the gun tactic piece of it, with it, especially a gun assembly. When you start looking at weapons in general, then, so where do we cross the line to say that when knife making, there's a lot of hobbies and blacksmiths and powder coating and individuals that make knives as well for their hobbies. Where do we do the regulations on that and say no to that? Also, bows. You can create any type of weapon as a hobby that you can use just as its own, hobby or interest, and then it's not even used as a weapon. So, again, I feel like like going down the road, we're pinpointing on one certain thing, and that's the Second Amendment, again, infringement on our rights. So I don't own a ghost gun. I am a law-abiding, legal, concealed carry in the state of Nebraska gun owner and carry. But there again, we're really kind of pinpointing into that avenue of focusing just on the guns and violating those rights. 55, my questions and concerns were the definition of the semi-automatic weapon. I think there was too much gray area in there as far as specifics on that, and the ordinance on the first whereas is whereas the semi-automatic firearm is an auto-loading firearm where a single pull of the trigger will fire a single cartridge and automatically load a cartridge into the chamber of the firearm to ready the firearm for subsequent firing. That's my pistol that I carry. And there's definition there where it's too gray. That's any legal gun that you can possess. So when that goes into law and verbiage, then when do we cross the line and say that your pistol is no longer legal to carry? So there again, I think there needs to be more room and time to get more clarification and wording on making these laws or ordinances go into place. And then on 56, this is where I wanted to speak greatly on as far as the mayor's...
Keep remarks to a specific item, though. This is 54 right now.
Oh, it is? Okay. I thought they were going to do it. So I'll just come up 3 more times?
Well, they just said they weren't coming back on the rest. I don't think they addressed...
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that if we're going to speak on all of them, you could just address it all. But I can come back.
If you can tell us you're in support or in opposition to them, but they each have their own public hearings. So if it's a detailed observation on one of them, I think we should keep it to that item.
Perfect. I'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Any other opponents on number 54? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Hardin, there was a motion to lay over in a second. Was that for 1 week, 2 weeks? 2 weeks, okay. So there's a motion and a second on the floor to lay over for 2 weeks. I'll just have a few comments myself too, and I'm sure others may have some comments and some questions too. So I'll just provide first a thank you to those that came to testify today. We appreciate that input. And I also want to thank Mr. Kuzy and Chief Schmaderer for their testimony here today as well, and for working with me on these proposals. A few words from my perspective since I introduced each of them, and I'll start with sort of some general context, but then talk about each one when we get to each one. And the context for these proposals was that LB 77 passed the legislature earlier this year, and that did require the City Council to repeal 22 sections of code pertaining to firearms and transportation of firearms that we felt were effective. So in that respect, I think the legislation failed to recognize that cities face different circumstances when it comes to protecting public safety. And that's why the mayor and the police chief and the majority of the City Council opposed LB 77. And I agree with the Chief Schmaderer. We all support the Second Amendment. I do too. But those were our primary concerns. And so when that did pass, I requested a legal opinion and research into what common sense ideas we could still pursue to rebuild our local code pertaining to firearms, realizing the legislation was quite limiting in that regard. So that's what we're discussing today. I do think it's important we can do whatever we can to reduce gun violence and increase public safety in the community. I do believe these are common sense measures and they're reasonable. That will help us achieve those goals by addressing illegal guns and prohibiting firearms in public places and encouraging basic safe and storage principles. So that's the background. As it applies to 54, the ghost gun proposition we're talking about at the moment, I agree with Chief Schmaderer. This is an emerging issue in cities, and it's an emerging issue in Omaha, given the statistics he just provided. 2 ghost guns were recovered in 2019, but now 61 so far this year, including weapons that were involved in attempted murders and a natural homicide. And this is increasingly concerning, especially when you talk about a firearm that has no serial number and no background check and no traceable paperwork. It's an issue that's being discussed in communities and states across the country, like a lot of firearm measures. And there are some issues playing out in the courts, as Mr. Kuzi observed, regarding the ATF's ability to require serial numbers and traceable parts and background checks that's unresolved at the moment. So I know the chief feels, and I agree, it's prudent to adopt a measure prohibiting the parts and pieces that comprise such a weapon at this point in time. And in doing so, that'll enhance public safety and also the safety of our officers on the street. Chief, one question for you, I think, as it applies to enforcement of this measure and how you see that occurring should this pass.
Todd Schmaderer, Chief of Police, 505 South 15.
So should this ordinance pass, can you speak to the enforcement of it? How would that be handled? I think it's largely, it's unlikely to be proactive, it's most likely an accessory charge if witnessed, things of that nature.
Right, you're correct in that it's unlikely to be proactive. However, we would obviously communicate with some of the major ghost gun providers to let them know it is now illegal to ship to the city of Omaha and to see how that goes as far as deterrent value and see if they put any limitations on that. But essentially, we have a case investigation, and as we bring that case investigation to a close, we ultimately develop suspects. We ultimately develop pieces of evidence. The firearms are always traced, they're always scoured through, and in the aftermath of those investigations, we would be able to address and cite and arrest for violation of the ghost gun ordinance. And we feel that that is, and in general, that's a specific deterrent value, and we hope that it has some general deterrent value to anybody else that would want to purchase a ghost gun that does not have a serial number, etc. You know, we went from 2 to 61 so far. I gave a highlight of 2 homicides. That doesn't mean that they weren't involved in other crimes. I just didn't bring that data with me. A proliferation of guns on Omaha Street that do not have serial numbers is problematic to solving crimes. It really is. And, you know, that aspect alone could hamper many investigations of a large scale down the road. And that's my my stance on that. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thanks. And Mr. Kuzi, in terms of the penalty should this pass, I believe that it's a standard penalty in city code. It could be a $500 fine or up to 6 months in jail. Is that correct?
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department, that is correct. Councilman Festerson, the penalty for such offense would be up to 6 months in jail and up to a $500 fine or both such fine and imprisonment.
Okay, thank you. And I think you addressed the amendment of the whole here today that I also support after your further discussions with the Omaha Police Department's firearms unit, just tightening some definitions, but then also allowing a reasonable grace period for those who may have acquired these parts legally by which they could come into compliance with this ordinance under a reasonable amount of time, which I think was also a good addition. So at the end of the day, I think adopting this measure does address an emergent issue. It does enhance public safety and also the safety of our officers on the street. So that's why I introduced it, and that's why I still support the amendment of the whole here today. There has been a motion for a delay. My view on that is I'm ready to vote on this today. I think we do need to have some urgency about these issues, and that's my perspective. But willing to see how the body wishes to handle this. The motion was for 2 weeks, which I think is better than 1 week, seeing as Mr. Rowe's comment earlier, will not be a full council next week, but we will the following week. And I think these issues are important to have addressed by a full council. So with that, I'll recognize others with their lights on. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I think it's been a little confusing because everybody keeps talking about them as ghost guns. And so for the moms out there, if you think that we're actually banning the guns, that's not what this ordinance does. It doesn't ban the gun. And in fact, I think Mr. Festerson said there's a sense of urgency that we get this passed and we should vote on it today. However, it doesn't actually go into effect until the end of January, until January 14th of 24, because all this ordinance does, it bans parts. So citizens are not allowed to possess parts of guns. And what even the ordinance says, what you have until January to do is if you have gun parts, then you need to put them together right away and make it a real gun. Because once it's a gun, it's no longer illegal pursuant to this ordinance. Because we don't have the authority to do that because it violates the Second Amendment of the Constitution. Whether anybody likes it or not, that's just a fact. The United States Supreme Court has made that decision, so I'm just delivering the law. Here's what I think. This is Omaha can't do it, but I think the answer to this problem, first of all, I would never shoot a 3D printed gun because I think it would cause me more harm than anything or one that I was shooting at. Could potentially blow my hand off. So you're just an idiot if you're going to possess or shoot a 3D gun. We do have federal laws in place that have background checks. I think the majority of the people believe that. We want background checks. We don't want felons to have guns. We don't want people who had spent 2 weeks in a mental hospital a couple months ago have possession of a gun that they can take into a bowling alley and shoot innocent people. So my answer to this is you don't ban the pieces of the gun. What we need to do is we need to make sure that if you're going out, and by the way, I went on the website to order a ghost gun because I wasn't sure, what the processes were. And it does not appear that I needed to enter anything other than my name, my address, my credit card information, and I could buy the pieces. So there is no background check in order to buy what appeared to be a Glock to me. Even if I got the pieces, I probably wouldn't be able to put it together, but maybe somebody else, Mr. Rowe, might be able to do it for me because he's better at those things than I am. But we just need to have background checks and serial numbers on those guns, just like we do any other gun. That's the answer. And by the way, if anybody feels better and thinks they're safer because we've banned parts of guns from being mailed here, we're not any safer. And Chief, I respect you a lot, and I respect what our officers are going through. My problem is I just don't think that this solves the problem that your officers are facing or that we're facing now that we have 60-plus guns that we're finding without serial numbers and background checks. What we need to do is make those guns harder to get. All we're going to do here is just have them mailed to the P.O. box over in La Vista. Go put it together at your friend's house. And then transport it right back over Harrison, and you have your gun. So I just don't think it's going to reduce the number of ghost guns that we're finding because the real problem and the real solution needs to be done by the federal government. And you would think, Congress, this is something that I would think we all, Republicans, Democrats, that we could all agree to because everybody agrees to what we actually call common sense, background checks, and serial numbers. And I think a lot of and I don't even know what they're actually called. I would say gun kits. I think of the ghost guns more as the 3D, because I think of ghost guns as something that can pass through the metal detector. Actually, and that's the other problem I have with this ordinance where it says most can get through the metal detector. Actually, the ghost guns, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, the ghost guns that we're finding are the actual metal guns that people put together. They're real guns. They can't get through the metal detector. And we kind of lump them in together. And those are the guns that actually are dangerous and should have serial numbers. So, and I think most of the gun kit makers are putting serial numbers on them now. If they're not, then, I mean, that seems to me that would be an easy fix, and we would have serial numbers, which I think is what the police would like to see so that we can trace them, because that's the hardest part, is not knowing where they came from. So that really does hurt with crime. So that's the solution we need, but unfortunately, the little city of Omaha can't enact a federal background check on that or require the serial numbers, although I think most of them are doing that. So again, we're having this 2A kind of gun argument here today, but I think everyone in this room probably agrees with me. And so whether we pass this or don't pass this, I really don't think our city is it's gonna be any different. So I would suggest that we all kind of, I don't know, come together and try and get actually real legislation passed that would actually have an impact. And I support the layer because I do have a couple questions. Senator McDonald, I appreciate you coming down. I have the same thought as you. I would really like to have the opinion of the Attorney General. I don't know if the Attorney General can give cities opinions. It's my only, so I'm with you. I would love to get an opinion, and I think there are other legal issues, such as does federal law consider the frame a firearm? It was not something that I actually looked up before today. So I'm gonna ask Mr. Kuzi, I guess it would be your opinion that federal law does not consider the frame a firearm.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. I hate answering a question with the question, but it depends on what you consider federal law. Congress has not said that. The ATF, by way of a regulation through the Administrative Procedures Act, changed the definition of firearm to include frames and receivers. So they passed a regulation. Congress hasn't said that, and that is what's led to the federal court litigation on the matter. It's not about ghost guns or anything. It's about whether the ATF exceeded its regulatory authority instead of Congress passing such a law.
Right. Well, and that's why I actually think we should actually all stop saying ghost guns, because we aren't banning ghost guns because we don't have the ability to do that. What this ordinance does is ban the receivers, the parts of it, the receivers, and I mean, that's all we're banning. It's that once the receiver is put together with all the pieces, we can't ban that. So it's still a ghost gun, I guess, but we can't ban ghost guns. We're just banning the receivers, correct? And other parts?
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. Once the device is capable of firing a projectile, or again, to use the same word as the statute, readily converted to fire a projectile, LB 77 does not allow the city to regulate that.
Okay, so I do think it's rather important that we find out, because in number 2, section, oh look, I'm getting old. I gotta put my glasses on, read the numbers. Section 20-51, section 2, it does talk about a receiver and it does talk about a frame. And so if we have conflicting law between potentially the definition by Congress and the definition by the ATF, I would like to do at least some of my own legal research if what you're telling me is you can't give me a concrete answer on that one, or opinion. Or maybe multiple lawyers in the room would give different opinions, as often is the case with lawyers.
I concur.
So I guess I have a lot more to say, but I'll just, I mean, I hope when everyone gets out of here, we quit having these. I don't think the cities should be doing this. I think the federal government should be doing it. And that's how we keep it all the same. We should not have gun laws that vary from one side of Harrison to the other. And I shouldn't have an incentive to go build a gun in one side of Harrison, and then once I do that, I can bring it here and then I'm legal? Or I'm just illegal, I don't know, for the, what? what hour it takes me for, if, let's say I get it in my mailbox and then I run it into my basement and I put it together real quick. Well, it was illegal for an hour. I mean, how is that really actually doing anything? I just don't necessarily think we're going to benefit anyone today, or even in 2 weeks. But maybe we can lay it over, and maybe we can all put a call in to our favorite senator or congressman and ask them all to get together. Maybe they could actually work on passing some legislation for once. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you, since this is your ordinance, Pete, could you tell me what's the difference between the original ordinance and the amendment of the whole?
Yeah, essentially it just tightens up definitions from the original ordinance, and it allows for the safe harbor provision that was described by Mr. Kuzy. It actually does go into effect within 2 weeks, but the safe harbor provision allows someone to come in compliance on the January timeframe that he described.
So, and the reason for those edits were why?
Mr. Kuzy had further conversations with the Omaha Police Department and the firearms unit who made those recommendations, and we thought they made sense.
Okay. And that happened rather quickly, I think, from the time the request to law went up and what came down initially, and then the edits were made, and then it's been on our agenda, correct?
Yeah, it was posted on the Thursday agenda.
Would you think then that there might be room for further refinement and clarification?
I feel comfortable with what it says at the moment. I'm always interested in other people's opinions too, but I think it is well written now with Mr. Kuzy's advice, who is our attorney for the city, and input of the police department.
Okay, and I appreciate Mr. Kuzy's work as well, but to Councilmember Melton's, I think, last question as it relates to definitions, and I think Patricia Harold mentioned that there is a definition where a frame is considered a firearm, and I think Mr. Kuzy, I don't mean to put words in his mouth, but if Mr. Kuzy seemed to indicate that there might be a difference of opinion from the city, or from the city's opinion, as to whether or not a frame is considered a firearm. Is that correct, Mr. Kuzy?
Matt Kuzy, City of Omaha Law Department. I got kind of lost there.
Well, the question was, I think there was Patricia Harold indicated that there is a definition that a frame, a federal definition that a frame is considered a firearm.
The ATF.
The
yes.
ATF.
The ATF in 2022, either August or April, I don't remember which. In 2022, reclassified through the regulatory process, unfinished frames and receivers as firearms, thereby requiring them to have background checks and serial numbers, and that's what's currently being litigated in federal court.
Okay. And it's currently being litigated, correct?
Yes.
I think that's an important part, because
Yes, there was an injunction prohibiting the ATF from enforcing that, and the Supreme Court vacated that injunction and sent it back to the lower court to do some more work. So as of today, yes, the ATF's regulatory definition of a firearm does includes frames and receivers.
Okay, and if I remember correctly too, so that I think started out because there was an executive order from the Biden administration to, as it relates to the kits, and then it was a Texas court, I believe, that overruled that, or ruled that unconstitutional, and then it was the Supreme Court in August of this year, by a 5-4 vote, kicked it back down to the lower courts to let it work through. So that's why the ATF definition is still in place, correct?
I believe so, and I'm turning my head towards the firearms unit. They're nodding their heads. So that is an accurate statement. I think we're both in agreement that that's the current state of the federal litigation regarding the ATF's August 2022 decision.
So if we pass this ordinance, Would that supersede then what's currently in place?
I'm uncomfortable with the word supersede.
That's why I used it.
Because when Councilmember Melton asked the question, I wasn't trying to be dodgy, but there is a difference between a law and a regulation. A law is passed by a legislative body, a regulation is passed by a regulatory agency. So I'm uncomfortable using the word supersede because it's debatable whether a regulation supersedes a law passed by a legislative body.
Okay. Would it, I would think it would make some sense then to have that ironed out before decisions are made. But that's my opinion. So that wasn't really a question. I was opining there. Let me ask a couple questions. So, and this was, as I went through and discovered some of this, and some of these questions, Mr. Kuzi, will be repetitive to you because I think I asked some of you. Is it illegal to possess a gun without a serial number?
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department, it is not illegal to possess a gun without a serial number.
Okay. But it is illegal to be in possession or own a gun that has its serial number defaced or marred.
In the state of Nebraska, yes.
In the state of Nebraska, okay.
That's a felony.
Okay. Is it illegal for a felon to possess any firearm?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of how it's manufactured or how it came into possession?
If a felon or other sort of prohibited person is in possession of a firearm, then yes, that is a felony.
In your opinion, does this ordinance address that issue?
The issue of felons being in possession of firearms?
Yeah.
It's hard for me to answer that because the items that are being referenced in this ordinance, these unfinished frames or receivers, could then become finished frames and receivers and can become part of an operable firearm.
Okay. We already went through the frame of firearm. I think I was one of those that signed the letter from the city opposing LB 77, but now it is state law, and I think that's at least at this point that's where it should have been handled, because I find it interesting too, and that I think Ms. Feistinger said this, and I think Council President Festerson kind of reiterated it, is that, you know, the goal seems to be to, and this is Aaron's quote, mitigate the passage of LB 77. So it seems like the goal is to work around what the state has passed, it seems to me. I'm not sure that that's the right reason to do something. So then, Chief, you said something too, and I appreciate all your hard work and what you've done for our city, and the briefing that Council President Festerson, Melton, and I had this morning on some things that you're working on are absolutely incredible and will definitely make our city safer, so I appreciate that. And I'm not doing that to fluff anything before my question, but you did say something about that you, if this were to be passed, that you would contact the, I think it was Polymer 88 produces about 80% of these kits. Is that correct?
It's Polymer 80 Inc.
80 Inc.
Out of Dayton, Nevada.
So you said something about, well, you know, one of the things, if this passes, is that, you know, one of the first steps he would do was to contact the manufacturers and not to mail to Omaha addresses. Is that's, you said that, I believe, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's an option.
Okay. And I think Councilmember Melton brought up something about, well, you know, you could just as easily probably mail it to La Vista or something else if someone were to be that motivated. But if that were part of what a solution could be, could not part of the solution also be to require that manufacturer and others to not mail the kits that don't have any serial numbers, or require that for those coming into an Omaha address, require those to have a serial number.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think one of the great overriding issues with this whole issue, I just say ghost guns just for context, not because I didn't understand what the vice president was saying. Just for everybody to kind of follow at this point, is the lack of a serial number. And then it very easily lands in the hands of those who aren't supposed to have a firearm, felons and juveniles. Like I said, 65 out of the 132 were recovered from juveniles or minors.
Yeah, which is terrible.
Which is a problem for us, as the city of Omaha has had juvenile crime on the rise, violent crime on the rise. It's been a subject to us. It's kind of the one area where we don't have a great handle on.
I would agree. So, because I think, I'm sorry, Chief, thank you for answering those.
Thanks.
I'll go back to something I think that was said earlier too, by a number of people, is that, currently, when you legally acquire a firearm, you have to go through a background check, and that's supposed to have a serial number. And I don't think there's anyone who is testified as an opponent. I'm assuming that most of those that did probably own a firearm. And when they acquired that, they went through the background check and they have the serial number. So I don't think anyone's asking less or more to be required. And it goes back to, I think, the question earlier is what's the best way to address this issue that's really going to have the most impact? And I can't get comfortable with this ordinance that it addresses that. I'm not even going to go into the part about the timing of the, receiving it and then putting it together, and then, am I in violation of the ordinance for a period of time where it's in my possession but not assembled, but once it's assembled, then I have a firearm. But at the end of the day, I also have a firearm that may not have a serial number. And I think what we would all like to agree upon is that we want safer communities. But I don't think this ordinance makes us a safer community. What we need to find is a way, or have that conversation to maybe have everyone who is acquiring a firearm or the kit to make the firearm in this case, to go through the same process as legal gun owners do today. So that's why when Senator McDonald, thank you very much for being here today. That's why when Senator McDonald suggested maybe a layover to have some of this discussion and get some clarification maybe from, if the Attorney General will weigh in on that or others, that maybe we could actually take this as a beginning point to have a conversation to come up with an ordinance that is fair, is equitable, it doesn't violate anyone's rights, and it truly addresses the issue. So that's why I'm supporting the layover, because I hope we can get to that point.
Thank you, Mr. Rote.
And I'm glad that I can weigh in on this. I've studied this since these ordinances were introduced or were put toward us, and I did take an opportunity. I wanted to understand the spirit of the legislature when they passed LB 77. When LB 77 was debated, and I think it was back in the spring, winter or spring of this year, I too signed the letter hoping that the legislature would carve out some things for the big cities. And we detailed some things that we thought made sense, made common sense, and yet they did not find that that was going to be the way it was going to go. So they determined to pass the law the way it is today. So I did contact my state senator and then another state senator in the area just to understand the spirit of what, because they were involved in passing LB 77. And after talking to them, I'm convinced that if we were to pass these four items today or in 2 weeks, we'd be in violation of the spirit of what they intended at the legislature. And so I'm uncomfortable laying it over. I'm uncomfortable passing a law that I think would result in us being in litigation with the state. And so I'll vote no on this. But I will let you know, I did lobby for some of these things that we're talking about today, and I was hoping that we could get to that, but we couldn't. And so in my heart, I can't vote against what I know to be the state law. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mr. Hug, you're recognized.
The reason that company is called Polymer 80 is because they are shipping and manufacturing receivers that are 80% complete. And that's really what we're talking about here. We're talking about receivers that are 80% complete. They require additional machining, drilling, whatever. Not too difficult for somebody to do this at their kitchen table. Might get some scratches on the kitchen table, but you can probably do it. I originally expressed to Mr. Festerson that, or I'm sorry, Mr. President Festerson, that I would support this amendment, or support this resolution. I still intend to support this ordinance. But I don't see any harm in laying over for 2 weeks to try to get Mr. Brinker a little more comfort level, so hopefully in 2 weeks he can vote for it. So I will be voting for the layover in hopes of changing Councilman Harding's mind, Councilperson Harding's mind, Council Member Harding's mind.
I think you just said it's not going to happen. Does that conclude your remarks? Okay, thank you. Mr. Bagley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I know going back to when I was on the legislative committee when we discussed this, I knew it would be a polarizing issue, and it hasn't disappointed in that respect. But I lean on, you know, I've talked to state senators as well and constituents and my colleagues and our city attorney, who I think does a tremendous job. I rely on our police chief, who has great respect in the community and from the city on the council side. And when I heard the chief talk today, talked about Kimball's not the same as Omaha. It was mentioned by, I think, Councilmember Melton talked about La Vista. There's all these different communities, but we're here for Omaha. And I certainly understand and respect the legislature, the work they do. Senator Brewer, I know, spent, in my research on this, I think he's been in the legislature 7 years. And this has been a big issue that he has championed. I respect his service to our country. But in respect to number 54, this ordinance, I am in support of it because, as the chief said, that the three things that he mentioned, it's always to me about, he mentioned, does it help or hurt the detectives? Does it jeopardize officer safety? And the answer to that was yes. Now, does this fix every issue? It absolutely does not. But I think it's a tool that we've spent time discussing, and we can discuss it for weeks and weeks ahead. I certainly understand and respect the Attorney General if he has an opinion that he's going to weigh in. But in respect to this ordinance today, I am against the layover because I think we've talked about it for several months, and I'm going to be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Well, I just want to say, please note that we did the public hearing and the vote, like, really, we're an hour and a half after we heard from the public, we're supposed to vote. And when we talk about whether you're for it or against it, I mean, we should take the time to listen, to follow up with some of the people who have come down. There would be the moms demanding action, our county health, Nebraska firearms. There's brought up some legal questions that maybe we would want to discuss and go further. But to say, no, I think we should just vote, it kind of says you guys all came down here, but all of us had our minds made up before we came in here, and we really didn't listen to you. So we should just go ahead and vote today, because apparently we've all been talking about it for a couple months up here, but we haven't been talking about it with you or hearing from all of you. It wasn't on a public agenda to give you the ability to come down and talk to us. So at the very least, I'm gonna give all of you that came down here that time and that respect to consider everything you've said, and to be able to respond to any of us on things that we've said here. Because here we let everybody here come up and talk. Some people had to go because they have kids to get out for Halloween. I think our clerk does too. But then we get to talk, and then it's like, well, I get the final say, and then we vote. At least giving a layover will provide all of you the opportunity to respond to the different things that we've said. And maybe you have things that you can share with us that may change my mind or may change Mr. Begley's mind. So it'll give all of you the opportunity to send what you have and I think communicate further. Again, it doesn't matter if we lay it over or not, because you have until, even if it passes, you have until January 31st of 2024 to comply. So it's not causing any harm based upon that part of the ordinance.
So I respect that opinion too, in terms of public input and what we're doing here today. But the only things I would caution about, and it appears this may get laid over, and that's okay if we want to talk further about it, even though I am still supportive of it. But I think it's a false notion to think that the federal government's going to handle this, or the state's going to fix the legislation that we all objected to, or the court cases are going to get resolved around this issue, or the other issues we're talking about today, because they aren't, and they haven't. And that's why we're here today, and that's why I proposed taking local action, because that appears to be our only option. And this ordinance, just for clarification, if it was approved, would go into effect within 2 weeks. It's just there's a safe harbor provision for someone who might already own those parts to come into a compliance. So just one clarification there too. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Just for clarification too, I was being a little glib when I said that Mr. Hugg would not have an ability to influence me, but and the reason I say that is because I think Councilmember Melton said it quite well as well, is that, you know, typically we have the public hearing on an ordinance on the second reading, and part of the reason for that is so that we can not only engage in these chambers with those that come and speak in favor or in opposition, or it's also so that, you know, I'm still getting many emails about this as I was walking into the chamber here today. So, and to Council President Festerson's point, you know, that obviously the federal government or the legislature, the unicameral is not even in session, so obviously nothing will be resolved at that level. But to my point earlier is that I hope that by what we've discussed here today, that maybe there is a path that we can come up with that, again, is not asking any more than what we're doing, or actually, let me say it a different way, that we require what we're currently doing today for the possession of a firearm, is that maybe we can fashion an ordinance such that it would also address these kits. That's my point.
I appreciate that, and I won't, I guess I was going to respond with some legal advice we've been given, but I won't do that from our city attorney. But I will remind the council, though, the city attorney is our attorney, and he has opinion that these can be done and do comply with LB 77. I definitely respect the Attorney General as well, but he is not our attorney. He is the attorney for the state legislature. There are no further lights at the moment. If there aren't any further lights on number 54, there was a motion and a second to lay over for 2 weeks. Roll call.
Johnson. No. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe.
No.
Begley.
No.
Harding.
Yes.
Hugg.
Yes.
Mr. President.
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
Item is not laid over for 2 weeks. Is there another motion? I'll second. Roll call.
Johnson. Melton.
No.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President.
Yes.
Hug. Motion passed 4-3.
Thank you. Item 54 is passed. The amendment of the whole.
Item 55, an ordinance to amend Chapter 20, Article 3 of the Omaha Municipal Code entitled Offenses Against the Public Peace by adding Section 20-50 to prohibit devices that accelerate the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm.
Public hearing and vote on number 55 is today. Mr. Kuzi, a brief overview, please.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. Item number 55 deals with trigger activators. And trigger activators are defined in there. This is somewhat based on the City of Lincoln's bump stock ordinance that they did not repeal when LB 77 went into effect. These are accessories to firearms that allow it to fire bullets at a higher rate of speed with the use of a semi-automatic firearm. The prohibition includes, it's not limited to, but bump fire devices, trigger cranks. This would also not conflict with LB 77, as this has nothing to do with the actual firearm itself. These are accessories, these are components, add-ons. Probably there's a number of other words that can be used. So it is also the law department's position that these do not conflict with LB 77, as it has nothing to do with the regulation of a firearm. It has to do with the regulation of a firearm accessory.
Thank you. Chief Schmaderer.
Okay, Todd Schmaderer, Chief of Police, 505 South 15th Street. So my comment on item 55 is going to be a little more succinct. I still use the 3 criteria I talked about before. As it relates to bump stocks or trigger activators, trigger accelerators, those are all terms I've heard. In short, look, I am asking and we are training Omaha police officers to enter into active shooter scenarios immediately, not to wait for backup, just go right in. I owe it to those officers who are taking on that extremely dangerous challenge to do what I can to ban or make it harder to have a bump stock or a trigger accelerator that could be an advanced weapon on them. On the target active shooter at 180th and Center earlier this year, it was a very nice AR-15 style rifle, every bit as good as what we entered into that building with. Imagine if that had a trigger activator on it, it could very easily take out several Omaha police officers. And if that can be done to public safety, the lack of accuracy you gain when you have a trigger accelerator, if it's used on our populace, could be very damaging to our population as a whole if it's used for the wrong purpose. And for that reason, I wear my chief of police hat. I respect everybody else's hat that comes up here and talks, but for that reason, I am operationally against bump stocks and for this ordinance. And if it pleases the council, I would like to weigh in just on 56 and 57, which I do support. I don't have prepared comments for those.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll move to proponents, and I'm going to go back through the sign-in sheets we had. They were a little bit unclear if one was signing in for a particular item or all items. So I'll call your name, but if you feel like you've already made the comments you want to make, or if you're not here any longer, we'll just keep moving through the list. So the first proponent was Richard Schultz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. You're exactly correct. We're just here to represent the health department and our general support for all 4. And if there's any questions that could be addressed from a public health angle, we're here to do that and just consider us positive for all 4.
Great, thank you. And Jim and Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say that we would like to provide additional context for 57 when it comes up, but we are happy to stand for any questions.
Great. And sorry, I said your name wrong. I know it's Jamin. Okay. I know Aaron Feistinger has left to go trick-or-treating. Catherine Townley, is she still available for comments? Or okay. I know you're from the same organization. Did you wish to speak on her behalf? And then I do just need your name and address for the record.
Sure. I'm Bonnie Eisenhart, 1328 North 181st Avenue. On behalf of Moms Demand Action and the group that we represent, we're not just moms, we're a group of professionals. We're a very educated group. Katie brings a lot of information to our group, and we are in full support of this ordinance. And I would like to say on behalf of our organization, a huge thanks to Chief Schroeder for coming here today, because what we stand for most is the safety of our community, and more so the safety of our children. And we stand with the officers that serve in our community. And if this is something that is going to help them serve our community better, I can't see why there's any sort of issue. So we stand in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents in the audience that want to speak to number 55?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Cindy Maxwell Ostick, and I live at 16626 Harney Street here in Omaha. And I'm wearing a Moms Demand t-shirt today because I support common sense gun laws, but I am speaking only for myself today as a proponent of agenda items 54 through 57. These ordinances and resolutions will address even some small protections for Omaha families that are facing increasing gun violence. And of course, it's disappointing the city does not have local control anymore. And I don't know how proactive Omaha City Council members were with the legislature regarding LB 77, but it does sound like a letter was sent to the legislature. I was at the Capitol for the Judiciary Committee hearing, and I appreciated Chief Schmaderer's position and the work to oppose preemption. At this point, I believe it's important for the Omaha City Council to assert whatever authority they can muster to try to protect Omaha's community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents on number 55? Seeing none, we'll move to opponents, and I'll go through the same list. I believe it was Randy. Do you wish to speak to number 55?
Yeah, briefly, I think I'm going to be a little more informational than anything. Being an instructor and involved with Leo since I got out of high school, like Chief Schmutter said, they are very inaccurate when you try to get a bump stock to work. It's more of a novelty at the gun range. They try to say the Las Vegas shooting was that, but it wasn't. That was an M249, 240. And I'm for it. These little accelerators, if anybody's ever seen one, it's a little deal we used to see when we were kids for a .22 rifle to accelerate. You really can't aim and do anything. So like Chief Schmatter said, that would be more of a just damaging item if you're going to be a kook job and you try to use one of these. So again, I kind of fall back to the, okay, we'll pass this. They're illegal. It's illegal to commit murder too. You know, what is this? What's the effects? I'd really like to see some of these stats. I'm a real numbers fanatic. And I wish I had more questions when I come here rather than barking and speaking, that the council members would ask more questions as to what this is and what the impacts are, because we demonize a lot of things, ghost guns and turn it into a machine gun. And when, as Dr. John Lott has proven and shown, a lot of these things are false. They're just emotional driven pieces. So I'm not really a proponent or opponent of it. I would say, you know, we're always on a slippery slope. We keep taking away our civil rights. I would love to look at the data to see for these devices, a trigger accelerator, a little trigger crank, if that's ever even been used for any murders. So sometimes I think we're kind of spinning our wheels up here on stuff that isn't really doing much. I go back, you know, I'm 63 years old. I go back to when I started guarding people at the Westroads because of all the rapes, and I'm not seeing a lot of change. Omaha is 16% up over the national average for violent crimes, murder, rape, robbery. What's this going to do? But, I mean, what are these little chips going to do? And oh, I forgot to mention too is Mr. Brinker was saying, why are we not following the rule of lenity? The attorney should be spelling it out for you guys. So you've got all these disagreements, and well, I'm not sure this matches with federal, the definition of this or that. If you just take a look at rule of lenity and you all follow that as a guideline, all this stuff will iron itself out. So, anyways, just coming back to my 2 cents again. Thanks.
Thank you. Other opponents, I have Nathan Griffith. Okay, thank you. Patricia Harold.
Again, Patricia Harold, Nebraska Firearm Owners Association. We're going to talk about the intention of this ordinance, which is to restrict the utilization of a device that has the potential for increasing the speed of fire. And I asked myself, when I have used these devices and when I used a bump stock and I compare the rate of fire I was able to achieve as a, at the time, 45-year-old woman, compared to my standard rate of fire, which is just with my finger, I didn't notice a difference. Why is that? Well, when you become a competent firearm owner and you train, you get good at shooting. And as a self-defense advocate, I always balance speed and accuracy. So you learn to control your firearm with a good grip, with a good stance, with good positioning, and you evaluate your target to see how fast can you shoot and stay within a good defensive marksmanship goal. And what I found over time, in the beginning I wasn't very good, but over time I got better, and now I can shoot at what would be considered defensive speed at 25 yards and hit a 3x6 inch rectangle from the holster under time, 4 shots standing, 4 shots kneeling, which means I've thrown my chubby little body onto the ground and fired 4 shots and still hit the same thing. Are you going to regulate my finger? When I teach concealed carry in the city of Omaha, I teach how important it is to understand the zone of danger, that within 7 yards, an individual who has decided to attack you can do so and be effective within 1.5 seconds. And within 32 to 50 feet of you, 3 to 5 seconds. And if you're going to carry a gun, you need to be proficient to identify the threat, to evaluate the legality of your actions, and to take actions in less than 1.5 seconds. And so my draw to fire 2 shots to the chest is 1.2 seconds. So what I'm saying is, are you going to regulate my finger? Or are we going to create enhancements for violent crime? Are we going to put enhancements against juvenile criminals who are finding themselves with firearms and not deal with the judicial system that is completely undermining the work of law enforcement, where they're picking up the same people over and over and over again, and they're getting put into unsecured homes so they can leave? 4 hijacking young men with firearms are out, being searched for now. Shame. Let's focus on real solutions. We have a law that was put into effect by the senator in Omaha that says if someone underage commits a violent crime with a firearm, their record should not be sealed because they are to be prohibited until they are 25 years of age. Those records are not being sealed. A young man who almost committed murder, finished his juvenile sentencing, purchased a firearm, and then shot someone in the head. But he was fine to do that because our judges are not even following the law. We are here to discuss the facts of this case, and we hope to support you with finding real solutions to real problems, not feel-good ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, is Larry Storer still here? I believe he may have left. I believe Senator McDonald left. Are there any other opponents in the audience that want to speak to number 55?
afternoon. And Chantal Fender, 12118 South 51st Street. I'll make it brief because I did go over into that in the last time I was up here. But I'm looking at the ordinance that was printed for all of us to see on the city's council's website. The line number 6 there where it says, whereas a semi-automatic firearm is an auto-loading firearm where a single pull of the trigger will fire a single cartridge and automatically load a cartridge into the chamber of the firearm to ready the firearm for subsequent firing. That's their definition of a semi-automatic weapon that also complies with this ordinance. It does, like, where's the definition? That's where I was confused. It's like, it's a gray area there. The pistol that I illegally carry would be classified under this definition. So I think they're definitely, my point and stance on this ordinance is that this needs to have some more clarification on how this wording is. And correct me if I'm wrong, is the wording. But again, the way that's described there is saying that that would be that would be not a good thing. But that is the definition of any handgun that's legally possessed and that can be fired. After if I have a gun and I fire it, it's automatically, at least my finger, it's gonna load and have ready to go another projectile upon another movement of my trigger of my finger. So there again, it's just all guns. Is it all guns and pistols now? Like, where is this? So my concern is if this is gray area verbiage, where is that going to open up the door down the line that we're going to say now all handguns or anything that has a projectile is going to be infringed on my rights again to own in this verbiage here. So that was my only concern then on 55. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents on number 55? Thank you. We'll close the public hearing on that item. Just brief remarks from myself again. As the introducer, I won't repeat any of the introductory or contextual comments that I made in the first item, but I would say I think they apply in this situation too. And as additional background, the Trump administration did propose this similar bump stock ban following the mass shooting that occurred in Las Vegas in 2017. It is true that has been tied up in the courts. The Biden administration is now pursuing that as well, but it has been undetermined. And so these can still be manufactured and can still be sold at the moment. And as Chief Schmatter was noting, Omaha has had some mass shootings of significance and of extreme tragedy. The Von Mar shootings in 2007, and then as he mentioned, the close call at Target at 180th and Center this year. Now, those were individuals carrying semi-automatic weapons. They did not include a bump stock, but it should keep one up at night to think if they had one and what that might have done to public safety and also to the officers responding. And that's a big part of the reason why I have introduced this measure as well. The city attorney believes strongly we still have this capability under LB 77. The city of Lincoln already has one in place. And I think it's a prudent step, even as the federal issues get resolved in the interest of public safety and in the interest of officer safety. Chief, I believe the enforcement on this issue would be very similar to the previous item.
It would be similar to the previous one. However, if we get a tip or something, we can be proactive on something like this. If it pleases the council, we have very sparse statistics on bump stocks because we have not categorized them in the past. We have started keeping track of them this year. There's been 6 to 7 recovered. I think we just recovered one last week that's not on my stats, but 3 firearms were recovered with these devices mounted on the firearm, and then 3 non-mounted devices were recovered pending install from the person we had it.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Kuzi, it's the same enforcement penalty on this item as the previous one, which is the standard city enforcement penalty of a $500 fine or up to 6 months in jail?
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. Yes, that's correct. That would be the penalty that a maximum penalty that a person could face upon conviction.
Great, thank you. Ms. Milton, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you. And I'm glad you recognized after I told you last week that this was actually President Trump's doing and you were surprised to hear that. I call this the Trump ordinance. December of 2018, President Trump did an executive order banning bump stocks across our nation, and it was following the Las Vegas mass shooting that we saw. This was something that was actually well accepted by everyone, members of the NRA, actually people. I even just this past week, I called on some gun store owners that I know, some of the biggest 2A people, minus one that's here. I talked to her about it a while ago, but they were all in support. A gun owner that says, I'm one of the biggest Second Amendment supporters you'll ever know. He goes, nobody should have a bump stock. I mean, nobody should have a machine gun. Machine guns were already banned for regular citizens to have. And that was done, I think, in 1934. It was quite a while ago, almost 100 years ago. They also repeated that in the Gun Control Act again. And so what this does is it kind of sidesteps. I can't own a machine gun, but I can buy a device that will connect to a gun to make the gun I have a machine gun. So I don't think anybody needs it. I think it's doing it again on the city level. I don't think this is something we should do on the city level, but I mean, just like Donald Trump, I support banning bump stocks. Nobody should have a bump stock. I don't think that this has anything to do with actual gun ownership or regulating guns, except I want to say that Chantel made a good point and Trish made a good point. And Trish, would you mind coming back up for just a minute? Trish,
Yes.
Hi. And state your full name for the record.
Patricia Harold.
Thank you. I had some problems where when I initially read this too, I'm like, well, shouldn't we add at the rate of an automatic machine gun? I think your concern is in the ordinance in B, it just says it's anything that will accelerate the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm.
Right. So, for instance, what's really interesting, when that bump stock thing came out and Lincoln pursued its ordinance, the Nebraska Firearm Owners Association was, of course, asked for our opinion. And we actually did a really interesting video. So we took a bump stock AR and we demonstrated its capability and saw how it, went faster. And then I achieved the same effect with my thumb and my belt loop. Wow. By bouncing it off this chubby little body. And so I'm not saying that the individuals for whom our law enforcement officers are concerned about would be capable of achieving that rate of fire with that technique, but they could.
Right.
Right? And so when we talk about rate of fire, fully automatic firearms are completely legal. You cannot purchase one that was made after 1986. They're about $25,000 to $30,000. You need a federal tax stamp. But any of us, if y'all want to chip in, we can go buy one. The rate of fire, though, is challenging to control. So in the military, we did bursts, 3-round bursts, because they're way more controllable. You're able to control your aim and hit your intended target. And so generally speaking, they're not really well received, bump stocks, within the firearm community because they're kind of useless, pointless devices. But that's not the point. The point is we're trying to reduce the rate of fire. Illegal fire. Illegal fire. I can shoot as fast as I want at the bad guy who's trying to kill me and be completely lawful as long as I stop shooting when the threat's over. That's the legal requirement that I have to comply with. And so, again, we would love to work with you proactively, the same way we worked with the Omaha Police Officers Association, the same way we are working now with the Douglas County Sheriff to truly investigate and spend the time and effort and get all parties. Moms Demand Action are welcome. We actually have the same goal. We just have a completely different approach to it. I understand where they're coming from. I was gun neutral before I was widowed and before I needed to defend myself once and wasn't defendable. So
and I appreciate that. But what I'm getting to is, because I think, I haven't run into anybody that says bump stocks are great. Everyone should have a bump stock.
Sure.
No one. I mean, no. gun owners, Second Amendment
Mm-hmm.
people are like bump stocks are not good. Because, by the way, people that are as skilled as you have spent time in training, right, doing it.
Sure.
And I'm doing the training. I'm not nearly as good as you. I take the class. I'm Pro 2A, but I continue to take classes. I will continue to keep my carrying concealed license up to date, even though I don't have to. Makes it easier to buy firearms
Me
for
too.
me. Makes it go across state lines. I can go do it in other states. So I prefer that. What if I am really concerned, though, with the language in this ordinance, and I know the ordinances were drafted probably quickly and we just photocopy. Did we just cut and paste maybe Lincoln's? Because I am concerned in B, subsection B, we should add, it shall be unlawful for any person to sell, manufacture, transfer, or possess a firearm accessory or component that is designed or functions to accelerate the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm. Right there, you need to add to that of an automatic machine gun.
But again,
We have to add that language, or in my opinion, you're basically making semi-automatic firearms illegal. Anything that accelerates, that could just be, if somebody does competition.
it's accelerating. So let's talk about rates of fire. So like we had Ed Monk, nationwide expert on active shooters, and I'll send you the data. The rate of fire for the 5 most prolifically known mass shooters, one of them was the same rate of fire as a muzzle loader. The other one achieved the rate of fire as a lever action. So what we have found time and time again in these mass shootings, rate of fire did not contribute to the number of victims.
Right.
It was the location, it was the gun-free zone, and it was the lack of the benefit of having a law enforcement officer nearby.
Right. Well, and I understand that. I mean, what you're saying is don't pass this, pat yourself on the back, and think you've actually necessarily prevented anything.
Thank
is your
you.
point.
Exactly.
But what I'm trying to do is, still though, you have the idiot that doesn't train that went to Von Mar, right?
Correct.
We wouldn't want him to get a bump stock, and he could have shot more people and made it
He
even
actually would have
worse.
shot less is the point that we're making. He would miss more.
Well,
that's the point of why the gun owning community makes fun of bump stocks.
Well, okay. So
those are the facts.
The bump stocks, what you're saying is it doesn't help nor hurt.
No, it's the same scary mythology that creates this idea that this is going to do something. There are much better resolutions to pass.
Okay. But I mean, at least we all agree bump stocks are worthless. And what you're saying is you can pass it, but you're not really doing anything about it. However, we should add that language to that of an automatic machine gun, because isn't
But
that
full
the
automatics
intent?
are legal. So the rate of fire of a full auto is legal. So there's the quandary you have. It is not well formed, even in its intended delivery in this particular resolution.
Do you have advice as to how we can draft it so that we're actually banning bump stocks?
So the
as
challenge
opposed
is this.
to guns that we're not supposed to ban? Because otherwise what's going to happen is we want to ban bump stocks. I firmly agree. I will vote for it. But I want to make sure that the language is going to pass muster and that it's not going to be that we're really banning bump stocks.
So I would
and
say
not
this.
guns.
For myself,
Then it'll get overturned.
as an individual and as president of FOA, there is no way I will assist in the defining of the things that you wish to achieve because it's antithetical to my organization and my beliefs. I am about the rule of law, government by the people, for the people, okay? We have spent an enormous amount of time today. The citizens of Nebraska are paying your lofty salaries, right? And if we had the opportunity when this resolution was first formed to have a public commentary, you would have been fed so much great information from people who are gun owners, who would be just as much of an expert as me, who could have helped you refine to achieve the intent of your resolution. That's smart government. And so for that reason, I wouldn't assist because it's too late. But there are others who would help you.
So do you, I mean, so you're saying it doesn't matter? You don't think that this language is problematic for how it's passed, that it could include
There
more
are
than
other
bump stocks?
options that I have in my hip pocket right now that we will be pursuing in the event that these mistakes happen. We've made that known. It's public. We know that we have examined these resolutions. We have examined the executive order of Omaha. We have examined the executive order in Lincoln. And we have quite a few experts, a quorum of experts who have looked at it left, right, up, and down. And as one of the most unfunded nonprofits in Nebraska, our membership is free. We don't have a big budget. We don't have a war chest. We are so confident that we will take this through court and have proper resolution for the people that in some ways today is moot. Depending on what you guys do, there are going to be issues that we're going to have to address in court so that there's case law for the city attorney and others to reference so that there's clarity in navigating this law. That's what we, the people, asked for in state preemption. We didn't want a landmine around this beautiful city of Omaha so that people would not be unaware of what laws to comply with. We want to be law-abiding, and they should be simple.
All right. Well, thank you. Thanks for coming down, Trish. Chief Schmaderer. I didn't want this to go by because I think some incorrect crime stats were provided earlier because it said that our crimes are rising. Could you please give us the correct crime stats for Omaha?
Sure, Todd Schmaderer, Chief Police, 505 South 15th Street. Are you referencing the comment that we're 16% above?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what his comparable is. If you look at other major cities and you look at our violent crime rate compared to those, Omaha's going to look very well. I don't know what else to say about it. I'm not interested in.
When I heard that,
I'm not interested in smacking home the real stats on the matter.
But I wanted to make that clear that you would disagree with that.
I disagree with it. I just have no desire to spike it home. For purposes of the bump stocks, I understand. Is your concern more if someone were to have these that they could do more damage with it, or have you actually confiscated or had multiple bump stocks in the last year or so? We've had 7 this year to date. My concern is large crowds and that weapon being turned on large crowds. My concern is the criminal that wants to turn into an active shooter and use that particular weapon. It is less accurate, but you don't have to be too accurate when you're firing into a dense crowd. And so speed and how fast the police department can get there does save lives. And so if this is the speed of killing is increased with this weapon, that's a negative ratio that we're looking for.
But at this point, I mean, I guess my opinion would be it would be great if the executive order could just pass, but it's being currently, right now, the 5th Circuit and the 6th Circuit have challenged it. It was overturned by both of those. But Omaha can outlaw the bump stock, but it's then still available in Bellevue, and it's still available in Council Bluffs, and it's still available in
Yeah, I mean,
Blair.
I think with anything that we say up here today, from any side of the equation, any speaker on any subject, we can probably always find some loophole to about anything. And the question is, what type of statement does the council want to give as it relates to bump stocks and how safe the citizens may be if somebody wanted to use one of those. The rest of this, I mean, I'm not concerning myself with the legal pending court cases. If the court cases overturn what's done here, then so be that. I'm wearing my chief's hat, explaining what are dangers to our community and some of my concerns. And really, I've just tunnel vision on that particular front. I understand that the council may have a different hat and wants to take some of that else into consideration. Totally understand that. I'm just tunnel vision on what I see wearing the chief of police hat.
All right, thank you, Chief. I really appreciate that. And Mr. Kuzy, at this point in time, there was an executive order issued by President Trump in December 2018 to ban bump stocks. And I think the language in his executive order made clear that it was devices that allow a shooter of a semi-automatic firearm to initiate a continuous firing cycle with a single pull of a trigger, specifically the manner in which it would become in the same as a machine gun, this with certain similar characteristics as machine guns, as defined by the National Firearms Act of 1934 and the Gun Control Act of 1968. I mean, do you think that I understand, I think Chantel's concern that the language here may not be clear in B because we don't actually state the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm to that of an automatic machine gun. I mean, if we added that language, is it changing this at all or changing the intent at all?
I'm unclear. I'd have to, that one I'm going to defer to Tyler Heepica from the Law Department who worked on this. And I would point out there was no cutting and pasting of Lincoln's ordinance. We did draft our own unique for us. We did not copy theirs. I'd also defer to the Omaha Police Department subject matter experts to assist in that, Sergeant Jim Biskey and Lieutenant Stiles.
Yes, I'm Tyler Heepica, Assistant City Attorney with the City of Omaha. I did look at that executive order, and I also looked primarily, there was a Congress, U.S. Congress had a law a few years ago.
Move near the microphone so everybody can hear.
They had a law a few years, I'm just a little shorter, so I was
Sorry.
trying to see everybody. A law, I think it was 2017-ish, 2016. They had a bill that was, I don't know what happened to it. It did not pass. As a former prosecutor, I did not want to add approximate the rate of fire of a machine gun, viewing it from a prosecutor's lens and something that would be difficult to prove. What is the rate of a fire of a machine gun? Is this approximating that rate of fire of a machine gun? To address your concerns, it only applies to components and accessories that attach to a semi-automatic weapon. So it's not just that semi-automatic weapon. And I was unable to find, and I am unaware of, any component that accelerates the rate of fire a little bit, but less than a bump stock, less than a trigger crank. When you have a trigger accelerator, they're accelerating the rate of fire. That was the logic when I was drafting this that went behind the language that was used.
So what about the trigger modifications for the people that do gun competitions?
To be honest, I have no idea what those are. I don't know anything about those, and that was not in my mind when I drafted this ordinance.
So since you don't know that, this could actually, because I think bump stock devices, because we don't say bump stock in here, you say bump fire, and trigger cranks. But I think that that's probably the important piece of what President Trump's executive order stated was that, and it's even stated earlier on, you actually do say in your whereas to the approximate rate of fire of a fully automatic machine gun. So I'm just wondering why it's in, it's up there, but when it comes down to the section 2050, it's not in there.
I apologize for interrupting there. I put it in the recitals just because, generally speaking, that's what we're looking to ban is weapon components and accessories that approximate the rate of fire of a machine gun. I did not put it in the ordinance simply because I was looking at it from a prosecutor's lens, and I'm like, how do I prove the rate of fire of a machine gun and all of that? The devices you're talking about, anything that's used in a gun competition that assists, to be completely blunt, I'm entirely ignorant of those devices, and I cannot answer specific questions on whether they should.
So if we put it in the recital, I think we should put it in the section. Otherwise, and by the way, I've been a prosecutor. I've also been a criminal defense attorney. I've been on both sides of it, right? So I can see both sides of that. And what you're saying is I don't want to put it in here because we may want to use this for things that aren't bump stocks. Again, now that's what these groups that are opponents are trying to say. You're trying to apply this to more, if you want to prosecute it, we want to be able to use it to pick up people who have other guns or maybe confiscate a gun, because the only way you can tell for like the trigger competitions or those, they're like a little strap or band, you can't see it, unlike a bump stock that's a bigger piece. You'd have to go fire the gun in order to tell if there was a trigger modification on there. So then this would give the police actually more cause to be able to confiscate guns that don't necessarily have a bump stock, because they could say it may have this trigger. It may have some kind of trigger device on it for competitions. But see, that's the problem that I have is I want to ban bump stocks. I want to ban things that are going to make the gun just like what it says the intent is. So we have the intent is to ban things that would change the rate of fire to the approximate rate of fire of a fully automatic machine gun. And you say that's our intent, but I don't want to actually put it in the ordinance because I may want to go further than what our actual intent was as a prosecutor.
It's more of just how do you prove the rate of fire of a machine gun, and that was really the intent, not trying to make it more broad. But I do understand, although that was not the intent, it could potentially have that effect.
But that's what we mean. It should be that. I mean, that's what a bump stock does.
Yes.
Okay, so why can't we put bump stock in there and have that defined as to that of an automatic, or we could say approximate rate, because that gives you some wiggle room there. Approximate rate of a fully automatic machine gun. I mean, that's what the executive order said. I believe Biden supports that as well. We have something that President Biden, President Trump both agree on. And it's what the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosive, that's how they define bump stock type devices, meaning bump fire stocks, slide fire devices, and devices with certain similar characteristics as machine guns. I mean, why?
I mean, it could. To answer your question, I mean, that could be included. I left it out for that specific reason that I told you. But talking to you now, yes, it could be included back in there.
Okay.
Or there could potentially be some other language that could be used to make sure I guess I'm just going to have to stay silent. That could be added as far as those devices you're talking about.
But that's what you mean, right? That's what we mean. That's what we're trying to ban.
Whether or not there's other language that could be used that would exempt the type of devices you're talking about, and also ease my concerns with the rate of fire of a machine gun, I don't know. I would have to think about that.
Well, then let me ask you this. As a prosecutor, if you're afraid to use approximate rate of fire of a fully automatic machine gun, then give me an example of what you intend to prosecute where someone isn't actually using a device that's the approximate rate of a machine gun.
That is the reason I felt comfortable leaving it out, because I did not know of any devices that don't approximate the rate of a machine gun. Today, you have brought that to my attention. I have to plead ignorance on that.
But a semi-automatic gun that's fired by somebody like Trish could be there.
Well, a finger's not a component or accessory.
Well, I understand that, but why not put if the accessory is going to do it, why not define the accessory to mean what you're saying? Unless you want wiggle room to be able to prosecute people for something that they're doing, or for a semi-automatic gun that wasn't intended by this ordinance. If our intent is to ban bump stocks, and bump stocks by definition make the gun shoot at the approximate rate, which means it could be a little less, but at the approximate rate of a machine gun, and that's what our definition is, then why don't we include that in the ordinance?
It's not in this ordinance for the reason I said. I was not aware of any device that did not approximate the rate of fire of a machine gun that responsible gun owners use. I was not aware those devices existed when I drafted this. I saw the potential issue of proving that, weighed the pros and cons, and left it out. You have brought something new to my attention tonight. That could be added back in. It could still be prosecuted with the approximate the rate of fire of a machine gun.
Right.
To answer your question, yes, we could still prosecute that. The reason it was left out initially was what I have said.
I want to make the definition complete, because it's really not complete here in B. It's just, if it's something that goes faster. So, I mean, if the trigger for a competition shooter where you adjust the trigger would be included here. I think what you need to have, because our goal is to ban bump stocks, bump fire devices, and trigger cranks that accelerate the speed to that approximately of a machine gun. So I just think that we should put that in there so that we clearly define how we're defining that.
Yes, and I do get your concerns. I just can't comment on them now because I'm ignorant, as I said.
Okay. But you did put it in the preamble. Right here.
I did. The recitals are just, they're not the code. I was not looking, to be blunt, not looking as closely at the recitals as I was the actual code language when I was drafting this in a short amount of time.
No,
Yeah.
I understand that. It was a short amount of time. But see, that's the problem. When we have the public hearing and we vote on it the same day, it doesn't give us the opportunity to make these common sense additions and have this discussion. Because I think, that was the intent. So here, when I have Chantel come up and talk to me about some of the things she's noticed, that's why I like to be able to listen to the public. I like to be able to hear what they're saying. I like to be able to hear their concerns and say, even if I have, somebody that doesn't want me to vote for this, but I am comfortable with bump stocks, but I'm not comfortable with this language. Now, I think there may be people on the council that just want to use this as, political play and don't care, right? They just want to get it passed. And what I'm saying is I'd like to make it right and like to have the language correct so that we're banning it correctly so that you're not doing unintended things and actually then could cost you and could get overturned by the courts. I'm guessing you don't want that to happen. So I think maybe we should put the actual language in here because I think that would give you a better argument if you're defending it as well.
And those comments are noted.
Okay.
I just can't intelligently comment on them now.
All right. No, I appreciate it. And you know what? The best thing, I appreciate it. I love it when lawyers just give you the answer, the honest answer, and just put it right out there. Those are very specific concerns of mine. If it's a bump stock, it's a bump stock, and they should be prosecuted. It is, by the way, only a class 2 misdemeanor, but,
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy.
Mr. President, I'm going to kind of start right there at the end, is that, again, if I heard a couple things there at the end that really concerned me. One is, again, if this were the normal course of action and this was the second reading of this ordinance, we just heard some information that I think was probably admitted to, that maybe some further consideration for language is in order. I heard something that really concerned me. It said, I did this in a short amount of time. We shouldn't be doing these things in a short amount of time. We should be putting a hell of a lot of thought into these things. And if we're not serving the people of Omaha. Look, I want to ban the bump stock too, just like President Trump did. But I have a couple questions as it relates to the bump stock. And I am not an attorney, so I'm not held to the standard of I can't ask a question without knowing the answer. So, Trish, I'm going to ask you to come up and apologize. I feel like the magician. I don't think we've actually ever met before.
We have not yet had that opportunity.
I apologize for asking these questions because I don't know the answers, but in some conversations with some police officers, I was led to believe some things, and I want you to maybe answer these so you can either confirm or deny these. So
I'll do my best.
Okay, here we go. So there are trigger activators that that are very visible to the naked eye.
Yes.
That, but you don't know the rate of fire.
Correct.
By just looking at that.
Absolutely. And they're so independently executed. So what I mean by that is it is the firearm, the activator, and the individual, when combined, achieves a certain rate of fire.
Okay.
So if you put it in the hands of someone who's not formally trained, has very, very limited experience with managing a firearm, grip, trigger press, all that, their rate of fire is going to be significantly slower than mine. At the same time, I would need to adjust my technique and get to know that specific piece of equipment.
Okay, so, I don't know you, but I'm learning to understand that you're very adept at handling a firearm and can do it rapidly and with accuracy. Most people aren't to that level.
Correct.
So I'll go back to that first part of what you just said, is that if someone is not as trained or not as adept at that, and they had a device that got it to firing at the rate of a machine gun, I would have concern with that.
Sure.
I think you might as well. So, but back to this, the whole trigger activators, trigger cranks, bump stocks, or bump fire devices. As I understand it today, and this was a scenario that a police officer explained to me, if someone is stopped for a traffic violation, police officer comes up to the car, the occupant of the vehicle says, you know, to fully disclose.
Right, duty to report, correct?
Duty to report, I have a firearm, and upon visual review of that firearm, there may be as I said earlier, and you confirmed that to the naked eye, there could be visually confirmed that there's some sort of a trigger activator on there.
Sure.
But there's no way of knowing what that fire rate might be.
Correct.
So, and I'm told that if then it's there and this ordinance were in place, if the officer were then to take that in, the only way to verify whether or not that is to the velocity of the automatic machine gun is to fire it.
And it actually wouldn't be effective to do that because you're asking the individual. You would have to ask the individual to fire their firearm to see what they would achieve, which would be self-incrimination. So it's just this big that's
mess,
interesting
right?
To
say that. I wasn't going there, but the rest of my question was that in the scenario that was explained to me by an officer, that then let's say the activator is determined not to be that. Not to be in
below a
violation
threshold of some kind? Okay.
Right. How do I get my weapon back?
So that's a challenge because what we have found is that there is no specific guidance within any law enforcement agency in our state for there to be a proper process. I had an individual who fell in the Bellevue Walmart due to diabetes, and medical staff came to take care of him. And because he had to go to the hospital, the Bellevue police took possession of his firearm, which is appropriate. They provided him a receipt, right? If everything's great. He gets out of the hospital, goes down to the Bellevue police station and says, here's my receipt, here's my ID, here's my concealed carry permit. And he was told you can't have your firearm. For multiple reasons, including establishing that they needed to do a background check on his firearm. They needed to run ballistics on every single round that he had in his concealed carry magazine with hollow points. And they kept that firearm for 79 days. And when they returned that firearm, not only was all the ammunition gone, it was in poor repair. It was rusty, and they had not cleaned it after they shot all his rounds. And it took, again, us attempting to convey and educate 79 days worth until I said, hey, Bellevue, we're going to sue you now. On that 79th day, all of a sudden, he got called, come pick up your firearm. He was a person shopping in Walmart. He had committed no crime. He had a concealed carry permit. Why don't we have a means for which the firearm would be returned? So that would be a huge concern for us as well.
That was one of the things that the officer explained to me, that he thought because there's really no procedure in place, that there's, to get that legal firearm back to its proper owner could run into some
It's definitely going to be a challenge, yeah.
Okay. So you said earlier too that that you would have some maybe different avenues to address something like this, to address the bump stock. I keep saying the bump stock because I think that's what a lot of people who understand or maybe don't understand, but they hear the term and they think they understand. But I want to make sure that we are addressing the issue that the chief is concerned with too. And I would love to see that concern taken or achieved. Again, if this were the second hearing, we might be able to have some of those conversations because I heard you to say that you might have some alternative
Absolutely.
ideas of what to consider. So I would love to hear what those are. But unfortunately, if there was a motion to lay over and it went the same way as the last one, which I would fully expect, that we're not going to get a chance to do that here today.
Correct.
And that concerns me because, as I said it on the previous ordinance, if there is a better way that we can address what the real issue is and do it with something that is meaningful, enforceable, that's how we get through this. But it doesn't sound like we're probably going to get that opportunity today. So I'll ask you afterwards because, again, I don't think we're going to get the opportunity here today because I'd like to know what, if anything, if there's some definitions that would get rid of that would isolate maybe what the bump stock is or what we're trying to do with the bump stock rather than this. But again, Trish, thanks very much.
You're
done
welcome.
with the questions. But I'll go back to two last things. I'll go back to Mr. Hefka's comments that, maybe there's some additional language that could be put in here, and I think we should, rather than rush this through, should take a look at doing something like that. The other thing, I'll just kind of close because we're getting late, and I would like to add a bit of levity, is that, and both Council President Festerson and Vice President Melton mentioned the Trump executive order on this, and I just thought the headline should be, tomorrow maybe the Democrat candidate supports Trump, or something along those lines. I think that would be kind of fun to do. But anyway, that's it.
Thank you for that editorial. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just heard Council Member Melton and Harding both share their concerns about how we address ordinances, that we do them with a public hearing and a vote on the same day. I share that concern because we can see here that this is somewhat troublesome to them that we're doing this today, but this is how we do ordinances all the time.
No, it's not.
All the time.
We have public hearing on the 2nd, and then the vote is.
Then why is this unique? Why is this different?
This is different.
The floor is yours for now. Yep.
So if we're so concerned about how we're doing this today, then would someone entertain working with creating something so that we make allowances so that your concerns are addressed?
Sure.
I mean, because we're working within the statute that we have, right? Is that correct?
If you're asking me, because I usually get trouble if I respond.
Yeah, I'm asking you because you're the one
it sounds like what you've asked is that you're kind of agreeing with me that maybe we need a little more time with that. So
No,
if that's it, I'd make a motion to lay it over for 2 weeks.
No, what I'm saying is that you, Councilmember Melton and you have both said over and over again that there is something wrong with what we're doing today. We need some more time.
I would agree. We do need more time.
That's what you're saying.
Yep.
However, we are working within the constraints of what our policies and procedures are in such a matter as this.
And that would also include the ability to lay something over for a period of time, much as you did on a earlier resolution or ordinance on a rezoning.
Right, but you guys, but correct me if I'm wrong, there was a whole bunch of pushback on me wanting to lay that over.
There was a whole bunch of pushback on me to lay the first ordinance over because it lost. That's how much pushback there was.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out what's acceptable to lay over and what's not acceptable to lay over.
That's each individual's decision. And so you're entitled to your opinion, Ms. Johnson, as I am mine.
And then we've had discussion regarding political foes, Make it make sense. Because I'm not getting it.
Well, I think I'm making pretty good sense.
Yeah, I'm not getting it. And there's a whole lot of folks ain't getting it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rowe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I said I wouldn't speak anymore to this, but I would like to ask Patricia a question. You're a popular testifier today,
I'm happy to assist.
subject matter expert. I have a question as to when LB 77 was debated in the legislature, did your organization have conversation with the state senators similar to the conversation that we're having today?
Yes.
Can you just explain what kind of process that was?
So LB 77, as was stated previous, is years in the making. And so the previous bill that had permitless carry, there was a county approach to it at the county level, and the state found that the state could not just grant to the county these powers. And so that was really interesting because literally it goes against what we knew to be true, which is Article 1, Section 1 was supposed to prevent all this in the first place. So long story short, we learned from the previous effort, and so we immediately began conversations with the Omaha Police Officers Association. They were kind enough to create a select team of people with various backgrounds, gang units, whatever. They also brought forward individuals from other states, which had just recently passed permitless carry, so that we could hear what was the effect to the law enforcement effort when, as they decided to, they declared it as like tools in their toolkit would be removed. The ability to see a person, gauge that there was possibly a firearm on their person, and that was enough suspicious cause to interact with them formally, and that would provide them an opportunity to possibly, prevent crime because the person was likely carrying illegally. And so we discussed that at length. And so there was a whiteboard, and we wrote down hundreds of ideas. And we debated and discussed, and we, from a legal perspective, from a constitutional perspective, liberty, all the perspectives. And that's where we were able to come together and agree that there were certain tools that could be added to the law enforcement toolkit that would be very, very effective, and that we as law-abiding gun owners would completely support, because we're not into criminal use of a firearm. We are into defensive use of a firearm. We are into hunting use of a firearm, the enjoyment of the firearm. And so we made sure that communication went to Senator Brewer. Senator Brewer's team amended the bill, and then we had testimony at the hearings. And all that work resulted in that bill getting 26 original sponsors. So the pre-work, the pre-discussions, where we had all the time in the world to sort of tug of war, was very, very effective. And so it was very successful. So yes, the answer is yes.
That's what I expected your answer to be. And I think the reason I bring it up is that kind of work took place over weeks and weeks, months and months.
Exactly.
And we're here in 2 hours or 2.5 hours trying to make a change to that law. And it seems to me that one of the lines in law, LB 77, said that cities and counties that tried to pass laws outside of what was contained in LB 77 would be found null and void. And so it seems to me this whole conversation is specious. I don't know why we're spending so much time, because I think we're going to be challenged in court, whatever we pass,
right,
or not. So,
and we're not questioning the motivations. We absolutely understand the president's intentions in working with law enforcement. We understand law enforcement's perspective as well. I would not want to be in your seats right now trying to debate this in such a short time on this particular subject. So it's one thing if Ms. Johnson was a firearm expert and could be a benefit to the council, right? We're having to rely on city attorneys and law enforcement, all these different SMEs. In order to represent us, you have to be informed and educated. And if you're not given the time, gosh, I would not want to be in your seats.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that everybody's clear that we did instruct our lobbyists to represent us in the legislature on this topic.
And they did a an effective job presenting your position.
But the law passed the way it
Correct.
stands today.
And that's just the way government is.
Right.
Right? And so our country was founded many, many years ago, and it continues to evolve this great experiment. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, thank you for your work and for being down here today. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Begley.
Thanks, Mr. President. I won't comment in a lot of depth, but I know in listening again and talking, and I appreciate you coming down. You know, all your thoughts that you put into this today. We did spend, not only, I listen to constituents also, by the way. I didn't want to get missed. We just decided to throw this on the agenda. We didn't put any time into looking in everything. There's a lot of good debate on this and a lot of good positions on both sides. But at the end of the day, as you said, we have to take positions. And I chuckled when you said, I think we're overpaid or bloated, or that was kind of funny to me. But because I know all of us work hard and we spend a lot of time on every item on this agenda, including the 4 here today. I do lean on our city attorney, who I said I think he's very smart, and they put a lot of time in, not only Matt, but the entire law department. And Chief Schmatter, who I put a lot of trust in, when he says that out at Target, when his officers went in to that, you know, we're 99 officers short right now. And it's an important thing, public safety, for not only the protection of everybody, respecting the Second Amendment, but when the chief says he owes it to his officers, they're going right in to do everything he can in his power. Just like I support law enforcement on the change we made on the police compensation to try to draw more police in. I hope one day I can look at the chief and say, you're fully staffed. Our city's gonna be safe. Our citizens are gonna be safe. So all those things into account, I still am comfortable supporting this ordinance as it's written today. Again, is it perfect? No. But I think the time that was put into it and the debate that was in the legislature, where the city, as you understood, was down there, we got briefings on it. I am comfortable supporting this today, and I appreciate everybody coming down and everybody I've heard from on it. I wanted to make that clear that I just don't make these decisions based on, okay, let's have an hour discussion. There's a lot of time that I put into this, and I know my colleagues have as well. So thanks, Mr. President.
Is that a motion? I don't think you did. There was an exchange between the two. I said, that's what I said. I will make a motion to let it over. Okay.
I second.
Was there a second at the time?
Make your motion now. Make a motion to let it over. I second it.
Okay, there's a motion for 2 weeks, you said? Yes. Okay. There's a motion and a second for 2 weeks. Mr. Hugg, you're recognized.
Chief, your firearms guys are still here. Okay. I get overprotective when I hear people try to compare other agencies to Omaha Police Department, because I consider our police department the finest in the country. You have a procedure in place for returning firearms to individuals when those firearms are taken away or end up in the hands of the Omaha Police Department, correct? Okay. And that's a hard-written policy, and your agency follows that. I don't know if you have a SOP or whatever you call it, but you have a written procedure for that. We do. Okay, that's all I want.
Thank you. Mr. Hardy.
Chief, I'm sorry, what is that procedure, if you wouldn't mind? Sorry. You can blame Ron for that.
Do you know it offhand, Marty?
Okay.
Thanks. Feel a little naked here right now.
I
know
stumped you. That never happens.
Good evening. Martin Stiles, Lieutenant with the Omaha Police Department. I oversee the firearms unit. To answer your question, and not to try to speak lawyer to you, it depends, because it depends whether the gun was used in a crime, whether it was just recovered as found property, or in the example that was given earlier, you know, someone that was sick and transported to the hospital. Each of those have their own, I guess, policies or procedures that we go through. Approximately a year and a half ago, we actually created a spot specifically for an admin sergeant spot for our firearms unit. And what that particular sergeant does is, in consultation with city law, in consultation with the courts, they review every gun that comes in, and depending on, like I said, the circumstances of whether or not it was used in a crime or just found property or booked for safekeeping, there is a procedure that goes through our unit for that.
Okay, thank you. Well, Trish, I might be able to see if we can get some further conversation on this. That's why I made that motion. But I think I would like to do something. I'm against bump stocks. I certainly am. And if it's a activator that can also escalate it to firing at the rate of an automatic machine gun, I would be against that as well too. But as I pointed out, and what the police officer told me that I explained earlier, is that it's kind of impossible to tell just by a visual, other than knowing that there is some sort of a activator or device on there. You know, that would have to be taken in and tested to see. I appreciate the SOP as to how that firearm is returned. But I do go back to the exchange between Councilmember Melton and Mr. Hefka about the language in the preamble or the whereas section, and not including some of that language in the actual ordinance. And I did understand that maybe Mr. Hefka would be open to having some dialogue as to maybe how to tighten that up. I think that alone is a good reason to lay this over.
I'll just address that briefly, then I think we have one more light. So I understand that perspective, but I do not support the layover for the same reasons we discussed in the previous item. And because I am comfortable with the analysis we got from the law department and why they did it the way they did it. And they are our attorneys again, and I appreciate what they do, and I respect what they've given and presented to us in cooperation with the police department. And it is legal under LB 77 on the advice of our city attorney, so I'm not concerned about that either, and neither is the city of Lincoln. By the way, I do respect your opinions too, and I don't question anybody's motive at all. I appreciate you saying that too. And I did appreciate sort of the push and pull conversation described in Lincoln during LB 77 and those back and forth discussions. And those did produce some changes, but I would have to say, at least for the mayor and the majority of the city council and the police department, that did not produce a good end result for Omaha, in our opinion, and that's why we're here. Those are reasons why I wouldn't support the layover and think we should approve this today. Ms. Melton.
Thanks. Here's my problem. If it doesn't pass, we have, this reads, section 20-50, unlawful possession of trigger activators. That's what it says. In subsection A, for purposes of this subsection, they think it's really important to define semi-automatic firearm. They define what a semi-automatic firearm is. Most people actually do know what a semi-automatic firearm is. Even if you don't shoot, you know what a semi-automatic firearm is. By the way, we're not banning those, we're banning trigger activators. Well, we go to B, and it just says it's unlawful for any person to sell, manufacture, or possess an accessory component that accelerates the rate of fire of a semi-automatic firearm. So although we're banning trigger activators, we define semi-automatic firearm, but we don't define trigger activator. I really think it's important, if you pass a law, to actually be clear and define what you're banning. If you're actually going to ban something and you can go to jail for 6 months, it should be defined. So I'm just wondering if we could amend this to include the definition of a trigger activator. Mr. Kuzi, would that be a problem if we defined trigger activator? Don't you think that would be important for a prosecutor if they were prosecuting a case and subsection A defines a gun, but we don't define the thing we're actually banning.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department, the council is free to amend the ordinance as it sees fit.
Would you have any objection to defining it to state that a trigger activator or bump stock is defined as something that significantly accelerates the rate of fire of the firearm to the approximate rate of fire of a fully automatic machine gun?
I'll second that.
That's what I would like to do.
Motion to lay over that takes rank.
Okay. That's fine. We can do the layover first. I would like more time to discuss things with Trish. I was guessing that it was, sorry, I was assuming what everybody's votes would be based on the last one. So, but I really think that that's important for both prosecutors, defense attorneys, and most importantly, the defendants that may be prosecuted in this. You should actually define what they're being accused of possessing. Otherwise, it is going to be, I think, problematic to actually prosecute this ordinance, which I think is all our goal. Is we don't want people to own the bump stocks, and if they do, we want to be able to prosecute them. So we should probably define it so that can be done.
Okay. That concludes your remarks.
Yes.
Mr. Hug, you're recognized.
6 years and 30 days ago, 60 people were killed and 413 were injured in the shooting in Las Vegas. There is no dispute, no question, that the alleged individual involved in that shooting used a bump stock device. Prove me wrong. We need to do something. The chief of police is in support of this. If Councilmember Melton wants to make the change, I'll second that. I don't know, I'm not gonna vote to table it because I don't anticipate making the change that you feel it will make it better. That's all I got.
Okay. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
I'll say it one more time. If Councilmember Melton's amendment is to be considered, I would rather have the ability to actually consider it rather than 45 seconds after it was proposed that we vote on it. I would like law to take a deeper dive into that. I would like to talk to other subject matter experts on it to see what their feelings are, or if that would address what we're trying to do. I think there's no disagreement among us that we want to get rid of the bump stock. But let's do it the right way, and let's do it in a thoughtful manner, and not 45 seconds after a proposed amendment is introduced. That's all I'm asking. Look, today is a day too late to be acting on this, I would agree. But you know what? The last thing we want to do is do the wrong thing, because we're going to find ourselves in court. And then we're going to have to unwind the clock and start all over again. So let's do it the right way the first time.
There are no further lights. There was a motion and a second to lay over for 2 weeks. Roll call.
Johnson? Yes. Melton?
Yes.
Rowe? No. Bagley?
No.
Harding? Yes. Hug? Mr. President?
No.
Hug?
Yes.
Motion passed 4-3.
Item 55 is laid over for 2 weeks. Next item.
Item 56, a resolution that the Omaha City Council expresses support of the mayor's executive order for the prohibition of weapons in city-owned or leased facilities and spaces.
Mr. Kuzi.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. With regard to this resolution, on August 30th, Mayor Stothard signed Executive Order number S-4823. This executive order prohibited the possession of firearms on city-owned, managed, or leased properties. The executive order was issued prior to the enactment of LB 77, which was a few days after that. To be clear about the executive order, and I guess to clear up some misinformation that has been perpetrated out there, the executive order did not create a crime. LB 77, that we've heard so much about this afternoon so far, made it a crime. LB 77, and there was numerous public statements by proponents of LB 77 that the owner of property, including owners of public property, which is the city of Omaha, can prohibit this possession of weapons. So the mayor, acting on advice from the law department and the police department, issued that executive order, which was pretty much granted to her by LB 77. LB 77 says that these firearms can be prohibited on public property so long as conspicuous notice was given. As the chief executive of the city, the mayor is the one who directed the departments under her authority that own and manage property outside of this building to erect signs and to not allow weapons. That included the police department, the fire department, parks, library, planning, public works. I think that encompasses most of the departments that have outside locations. So all the executive order did was the mayor's directive to the executive departments under her authority to not allow firearms and to post signs. It's LB 77 which makes it a crime to possess a firearm where these signs have been posted, not the executive order. LB 77 is the bill that made it a crime to have it. So the city began a process putting up these signs because it does require that conspicuous notice be given. Conspicuous notice was given on our buildings. You can see them on the front doors, parking lots. For libraries, I think we prioritize libraries, community centers, and parks, because those are traditionally open to the public, and the public would be going to those locations. So those have been started and been worked in progress. The conspicuous notice at parks, they're being placed in the parking lots and at other common points of entry at parks. Granted, parks have multiple sources of entry to them, but the term is conspicuous. It is not, the term used in statute is conspicuous. The term was not used all-encompassing or at every location. So that was the purpose behind the executive order. It was the mayor's authority to do that and for her to direct the departments to do this. But to be clear, it was LB 77 that makes it a class 3 misdemeanor, and that can be enhanced beyond that on public property where these signs have been posted. So that was the genesis of the executive order, and it was a grant of authority from LB 77 to do that.
Thank you for that overview. I think it's probably no longer necessary to have the sign-in sheets. I think we have a number of folks who have testified in favor of or opposed to these several items, but I think what I'll do is just call for general proponents. For anyone who wants to speak on number 56, please come down. Proponents. Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Marcia Riley, 353 North 41st Street, Omaha. I'm a member of Moms Demand, but not speaking on their behalf, but as a citizen, I think I agree with this resolution to strengthen what the mayor has said in an executive order. The importance of making the public aware where guns are permitted and not permitted is important to the safety of all people. We're talking typically about commonly used spaces, not selective, where you would attend a specific type of program. So I think the general public's safety far outweighs any use of a gun in those areas. The city has followed the order of LB 77 by posting signage to inform the public, just like a private citizen or private business can post that signage also. So I support this wholeheartedly and applaud the initiative to take, the mayor's initiative initially, to take this stance in the city of Omaha.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents of number 56? Seeing none, any opponents to 56?
Patricia Harold again on behalf of the Nebraska Firearm Owners Association. We are in opposition to the executive order as well as any support for it for several reasons. First and foremost, the ability for a private property owner to post signage has been in effect since the Concealed Carry Permit Act since 2006. So it's not LB 77 permitless carry that established the ability for someone to have a posted sign in a conspicuous space that you would have to comply with as a firearm owner. Whether you're permitless carrying or concealed carrying with a permit, you've always had to comply with those requirements, and there's no difference in permitless carry as to concealed carry as to what you are lawfully able to do. That being said, the idea that posting signs works is an emotional conversation. We understand the intent. We want to prevent you from coming here with a firearm so that the bad guys with the firearm also are not there. The 2 locations in Maine were posted. The one gentleman died with a knife trying to defend his family against that person with the firearm. Had he had a different weapon, maybe he would have had a better chance. I had a friend who was 4 minutes within walking into Target when that gentleman who was under a mental health crisis decided to pursue suicide by law enforcement by shooting up the store. And he thought, if I'd only been there 4 minutes earlier, had he been endangering lives, at least I would have been able to have as many people behind the barrel of my gun as in front of his. When I think about the young lady who was attacked on the trails or Zrinski Park, or the worst case, which was the lady who was bludgeoned to death with a rock by an unhoused individual who was living in her tree line, by making parks and trails unfriendly to the law-abiding, to have a tool to defend themselves, it disgusts me. We have not enough law enforcement to man the patrols in all the districts. We have acres and acres of wonderful places to visit where you are on your own if you're enjoying nature. And you are, as a law-abiding citizen, prevented from having the most capable tool to defend yourself against someone who wishes you ill and violence. Why are we vilifying the gun owner, the law-abiding, the person who decided to purchase and own and transport a tool just in case? We don't make fun of people who wear seatbelts. We don't make fun of people who have fire extinguishers in their house to prevent issues. Concealed carry permit holders statistically commit less crime than law enforcement, and yet there's no provision in the executive order nor your support for it, and yet you have another resolution that says we encourage training. Part of your argument by your person who represented you at the judiciary hearing was training is important. The training requirement can't go away. Maybe we can make the permitting process free, but training has to remain. And then it would be more palpable and more palatable for us that this permitless carry bill passes. And yet you're not even recognizing that those who pursue training, who get the background check for the concealed carry permit and continue to get that renewed every 5 years, you're talking out of both sides of your mouths. It is that disingenuousness that appears to come out from these types of actions that causes us the most consternation. We don't know if it's on purpose, but we're just talking about appearances. And we try to only share facts. And so I'm here to present our position. I welcome this public opportunity for you to share that those are not the intentions that you had with supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Other opponents to number 56 that want to speak?
Good evening. My name is Denise Bradshaw. I live at 1725 Bowie Drive. I'm here to share with you a couple of recent experiences of mine. On a Friday night, May 2020, I was walking my dog on the sidewalk towards the crossroads, as I have done hundreds of times in my life. All of a sudden, 2 helicopters swooped down over my head and were gone. I felt like I had fallen into a scene out of Apocalypse Now. I had no idea what was going on. A little girl started running up to me and said, "Oh my God, there's a riot. What are you doing? You're walking into the riot." I had no idea what was happening. All of a sudden, 2 cars came up filled with young men. They jumped out of the car and they started walking up to the houses. And I just froze. I literally froze. I had no idea what to do. I called 911. 911 was busy. I hung up, I called back, and the girl said, "They're not coming for you." Literally, as a lifelong citizen of Omaha, Nebraska, 911 said, "They're not coming for you." Right then, I learned how important the Second Amendment was. All I could do was stand there and shake. That's all I could do with my dog. Fortunately, my dog handled the situation because 911 wasn't coming. The cops weren't coming. And they said that. On August 1st of this year, I witnessed what I believed to be a serious crime happening to a child. I called 911, and they said, "Okay, thank you. This is a priority 1. We're going to be there immediately." 37 minutes later, they arrived. What I believe to be the perpetrator, they had taken off with the child. 37 minutes later. I bet that doesn't happen in Kimball, Nebraska. 37 minutes to show up for a priority 1. That was August 1st. As we have said, there are 100 police officers down. LB 77 gave me the opportunity to protect myself. 37 minutes on a priority 1 in Omaha? That's reality, guys. That's reality in the city. What Mr. Festerson didn't mention, in Lewiston, the police officers knew that Mr. Card had violated a bunch of laws, excuse me, and should not have had access to the gun. But they didn't do anything. All of these shooters have a history, and we have a history of law enforcement not following up on it. That's a fact. If the laws are followed, these shooters don't have the ability to do what they do. LB 77 gave law-abiding citizens the right to protect themselves. Please, these ordinances don't do anything to stop the criminal. They don't do anything. This is just a pretty bow to make people feel good about things. But the crime doesn't stop. The criminals don't look at this. They don't care. They will move forward with what they do. And going forward, Mr. Festerson, stop using the Von Mar shooting. That was a relative of mine. Using a family member to create your spurious ordinances is unacceptable to my family. Stop it. Over-emotionalizing that to further your gains is unacceptable to my family. It's not okay. Please, to the City Council, as I think you've said several times, Councilman Harding.
Denise, the red light has gone. If you can summarize your
Okay,
comments.
let's come up with things that actually work. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for your loss. Other opponents to number 56 that want to speak today?
Okay, Judy Straw, 9709 Lake Ridge Trail, Platts. I'm on my tippy toes. Plattsmouth, Nebraska. I have no written thing. This is totally just off the cuff. I've never done this before, so hang in there. I have a concealed carry. Trish has been the instructor. if you've ever seen her in action, you would be amazed. But my concern is, if you say we can't go to parks, and my grandkids are grown, older now, but if they were younger, my question would be, how can I defend them? Who's going to, you don't know who's going to still come to a park or a playground and be there. You don't know that. But if I had my handgun with me, because I do have the concealed carry, then I could help protect my precious, only 2 little grandchildren. That's what I just would like for you to think about today and consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Other opponents to number 56?
Hello again, Chantel Fender, 12118 South 51st Street. This is the item that I was most passionate about. I, again, stand here as a citizen of the great city of Omaha metro area. I'm a user of Omaha City trails that cross over into Sarpy County and cross throughout the greater Omaha area. I've had 2 college friends that have lived here in Omaha since 2000. One of my friends, I asked her if she could come today, but she wasn't strong enough to still talk about the brutal attack that she faced at Standing Bear Lake Trail in 2002, 21 years later. I'm also use the trails myself. I'm a licensed concealed carry permit holder, and I'm an automatic felon if I go on those trails to try to protect myself if I were to ever be attacked. And we know here in Omaha statistics, just recently in July of 2023, 2 women were brutally attacked in Memorial Park during daylight. And thank God that first woman was able to refuse the demands of this 13-year-old, unfortunately another juvenile, who had possession of a knife, who demanded her to get in his vehicle. And she said no, so originally it was a stolen vehicle. So because of that, she reported it, and then he went on to pursue another second woman. He was able to pull her into the tree lines and assault her. And he told her, this is reported in news, in facts, that he told her that he was going to have to kill her because she had seen his face. Thank God for the Omaha Police Department in that time, because the report had been made. She was able to find relief from that because they had seen helicopters were already in the area, and squad cars were in hearing of this young man. And so she was able to flee. Had that first woman not been able to make the report and flee, that second woman would likely probably be dead. And all because she probably didn't have the ability to carry and to protect herself. As a female, myself, and stand for other females, and not even females, there's men that use these trails as well. But for the city of Omaha to say that I don't have a right to protect myself on a trail that's owned by city property or a sidewalk in Omaha, like there's the gray area again that my point was throughout the other points made today. There's gray area. City property. So if I get out on the street and on a sidewalk on Dodge Street and walk up the sidewalk onto Target there, and I'm on city property and I get assaulted and I have a weapon to defend myself, am I an automatic felon again? I mean, whereas you have to make some more definition of what constitutes protected property. You can't have a sign on every square inch or a square foot of city property in the city of Omaha. This is an outstretch of our Second Amendment rights. As we know, State Constitution 2, Article 1 says that, I didn't bring my phone up here, but it says, that it says not only is to protect self, but you're to be able to protect others from self-infliction of harm, or not self-harm, but others inflicting harm on them. It is a terrible thing that we have a precedence now in the city of Omaha that there's more signs going up, there's more regulation, there's more areas now where an individual cannot protect themselves from violence. And it is something that doesn't need to be even an option. I mean, this is ridiculous. We're talking about the numbers, again, we could go open this up and I don't want to elaborate any more on that, but numbers wise, violence is violence. Again, criminals are not going to give a crap about gun-free zones where these signs are posted. Do not take away the rights of an individual, a law-abiding citizen, a female, to be able to protect herself. That is the bottom line here. It is ridiculous. And if goes through and more things happen, those assaults are on the hands of those who put this law into place. It is not fair and it's not right. And this will be a lawsuit, again, part 3, if this does get passed. It's wrong.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 56?
Randy Bendorf, 12118 South 51st. I'll try to stay on target of one thing because there's so many things that go through my mind when almost 50 years I've been teaching women self-defense. And the city attorney, LB 77 is the genesis of what made, that's what made it illegal. No, it didn't. I worked with Senator Brewer for 6 years on this. He worked on it 7 years. That was part of the concealed carry. That's when science, all this stuff, I have to call it out. When I see all these fibs come out, it's like, come on. And now what am I supposed to tell gals that are going through my classes? You can't carry any weapons because it says any weapons. You can't carry a stick on the trails to defend yourself. Gun-free zones came out, Joe Biden. 98.9 or whatever Dr. Lott said of mass shootings, gun-free zones. And now you guys want to pass more legislation? And I'll go back to when LB 77, we were working on that. The original stuff you guys are barking at now, that was the original stuff that Senator Brewer was working on because Schmader, the mayor, they wanted carve-outs. The same stuff you're doing now, just coming through the back door, same stuff you're doing now is the same stuff we wanted in the beginning. We just wanted a clean law. So as law-abiding citizens are walking around, they're not stepping on landmines and becoming felons. And then the people that do, the criminals that have a gun, they get caught with a gun, they're back out on the street. Law-abiding citizens like me, an instructor, they'd be go, oh, you know better. You get 5 years. I mean, come on. There's got to be some balances here. And all the fibbing going on about LB 77, I was going to bring copies of that and start pointing things out, but that's minutia. Don't take my wife's ability away to defend herself on the trails. The girls that come in my classes that are already victims, and now I'm going to tell them, oh, I'm sorry, you're going to have to come over by Sarpy County. Let me show you this stuff over here where it's still legal, where you can defend yourself. If somebody doesn't have the physicality of a criminal, I was 19 years old as a security guard at Westro's, and it took 5 of us to take down a 150-pound crackhead. If you're not going to give these other people some leverage to be able to fight against a violent felon, I mean, I'd like to have somebody here tell me who's been involved in those situations, who's defended those situations, who's risked their life. 7 years I was a bodyguard. Who's risked their life to do these things. And you just come up with these laws. So now I take law-abiding citizens, Patricia and Chantel and all these other gals, and these gals, they can't carry a knife or a stick with them to defend themselves? Come on, guys. I've been seeing it firsthand since I was young and helping women fight against it. And now you just want to throw these laws again at the law-abiding citizens' feet. Why is it always when a criminal does something, instead of putting it on the criminal, you put it on the law-abiding citizens' feet? Disgusting.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 56? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. I'll be short and succinct on this one. There's some other lights. I want to thank Mr. Kuzy for providing the overview of the mayor's executive order. When the mayor did prohibit firearms on public property, I thought and put that in place the day LB 77 went into effect. I did think that was the right thing to do. So this resolution just expresses our support for the action she took. We could have proposed it in an identical ordinance and still could, but because the executive order was already in effect, that it didn't seem necessary to me, so this merely expresses our support for an action already taken. And some might say that's not necessary, but I felt it was because I think there are some that are questioning that executive order, and as we've heard today and have seen on social media a little bit, there's some that may intend to challenge that executive order. So if you share the opinion in support of that executive order, I thought it was important to express that today. My understanding is we have made good progress in implementing that already, as Mr. Kuzi talked about, by posting the notices that are required in parks and libraries and public property. I believe entities like Mecca have already done the same thing with the new downtown park and our large concerts and public event centers. And you know, there are many different examples you can think about, and that some were discussed today about where this could and could not come into play. The really terrible crime that was just mentioned at Memorial Park along a trail there, very close to where I live. In fact, I was there when that occurred. That occurred before this was this executive order was in effect. So I don't think that impacted what happened there. And in fact, what would concern me about that is that was right next to a playground too, with a bunch of kids. But when I think about an example, one example I think about is Memorial Park. You know, we have the Omaha Celebrates 4th of July event there every year in Memorial Park. Sometimes 40 or 50 and 60,000 people all in the same spot in a park. And absent that executive order, there could be people walking around with open carry and firearms in that crowd, which I think would create a huge distress amongst residents and would be very concerning to me too. So that's just an example of why I do support the executive order. Again, what we're doing today is just a resolution that supports what's already in place, but that's why I felt it was necessary. Mr. Rowe, you're recognized.
Explained what I wanted to make a point. I was going to ask the question to Mr. Kuzi, because I want to know what I'm voting on. I want to understand, if I vote yes on this resolution, does that just mean the signs stay in place on the public properties?
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Departments. Yes, you are voting to support the mayor's executive order, which was requiring the placement of signs because no guns were allowed on public properties. And one point of clarification, since it was brought up, this is city-owned property. The city doesn't own the sidewalks, the streets, things like that. So this is prohibiting the possession of firearms, not sticks, firearms. I think that that's on the notice, and there's, I think, even a picture of a gun with the slash through it on the signs on the property that the city owns. So not anything like streets or sidewalks, things like that.
I thought I read somewhere, and I don't have it right in front of me. I thought it said sidewalks.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. The reference to sidewalks in the executive order refers to sidewalks that are abutted, or so you're at the library downtown at 1401 Jones. So the sidewalk that is around the library itself, that is incorporated into the executive order. So some sidewalks, I guess, that abut property that we own like that, but not Farnham Street, not Harney Street, not Dodge Street. But if it abuts up to the property we own, the library at 1401 Jones is probably the best example because it's right there on Jones Street.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So my next question is, if I vote no on this, what happens?
If you vote no against the resolution,
Yeah.
nothing, the executive order will still stand.
And if I vote yes, nothing happens.
The executive order will still stand. Only the mayor can rescind it.
Okay, so again, this is kind of a feel-good thing for the city council to just make the mayor feel good about what she did, because it doesn't really, our vote, that's my concern today, is this vote really doesn't have any teeth in it. It's up to the mayor, and she has that authority, and I respect that, and I'll abide by what she says. But it seems to me that I can vote yes or no, and it's the same result. That's all I had.
Thank you. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. And that was the point I wanted to make, because a couple people said, well, if you pass this today, but resolutions, in my opinion, I mean, it doesn't make any difference. It's the mayor's executive order. So it doesn't change it. We could all vote no to this resolution. It wouldn't change a thing. So It's just wanting to get us on record of whether we agree with the mayor or not on every single thing. I want to say I wish it would have given her the ability to leave in place what we had in place before LB 77, which would be you have to have your CCW in order to be, because that's what we had before LB 77. So actually what happened was people in Omaha, we actually lost more rights now than we had before because I have my CCW, so I could carry my gun while running on the trails because I had my CCW to do so. So I guess that's the unfortunate thing, but I believe that the language in LB 77 states that the cities can't require permits. So I think LB 77 doesn't allow the mayor to say, if you have your CCW, you can still carry. So I guess that's where we're at. I believe that the mayor has the authority to do this. It's her executive order, so I don't see anything wrong. You can agree or disagree with her. She has the authority, I think, to decide because she's basically the owner of the city of Omaha. I thought it was problematic, and I agree. Initially, I had heard because it said sidewalks, and I said that was very problematic if it was all sidewalks. But if it's only sidewalks abutting city property, whether we like it or not, I think she has the authority to do it as long as it's published, just like any other private property owner has the right to control their own business by allowing or not allowing. So I guess I don't necessarily support the extent to where this went because I think people should still be allowed to protect themselves running on trails, but I do understand, and in fact, I think Senator Brewer understood because it's in LB 77. Yes, you can have no guns when you're going to a concert at Mecca. I mean, TD Ameritrade during College World Series. I mean, concerts. I would extend that to major events at Riverfront Park. We've had shootings down there. You worry about the concert at Memorial Park. So I actually think parks, it's not a bad thing that we include parks, but I think extending it to the trails and to individuals walking around, I think that there should still be some wiggle room there where it's any large events at parks. I mean, if you put more than so many people. And I think that would then be palpable to everybody that I heard down here that was an opponent. Again, unfortunately, we're having the public hearing and the vote on the same day, so we don't get to take your considerations. But it doesn't really matter what we do because it won't change anything. So.
Thank you, Mr. Hugg.
Let me shut my light off.
Okay.
What she said.
Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I share in the concerns that were brought forth to us today. However, I also have a concern that people within my community are at risk to be victims of knee-jerk reactions. So unfortunately, I will have to support this.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I too am concerned about the motivation to present the resolution. It does seem rather convenient and some would even say political, but otherwise it would have been introduced as an ordinance, as I think was mentioned. It could have been. And I think that's further evidenced by the fact that this mayor has either authorized or reauthorized over 50 executive orders, well, in her tenure as mayor. And so then I say, well, 50, 51, and never once has it been introduced before to support or be in opposition of a mayoral executive order. So again, I question the motivation of it when things are kind of gearing up for potential political moves. A resolution is introduced for the first time in more than 50 plus executive orders. I'm scratching my head about that. And while I support the mayor and her authority to post and ban firearms in certain circumstances in or on city-owned property, which LB 77 does allow for, and that's she represents the executive branch. She issued the executive order, and it's her prerogative to do so. But as Councilmember Rowe pointed out, her vote here today on this means absolutely nothing. Nothing. But, and I, to Councilmember Melton's points, I probably would have, if I were mayor, probably would have done some of the language a little differently. I would have, trails, I'm not sure I would have included that. But again, this is done by an executive order by the mayor. It's her prerogative to do so. And any action we take on it today, as was pointed out by, as I said, Councilmember Rowe and confirmed by City Attorney, means nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Bagley.
Thanks, Mr. President. I guess, in essence, I won't regurgitate what was already said by my colleagues. This was the mayor's executive order, and this is us saying, do we support it or not? And that's right, if it's yes or no, it doesn't make any difference, but I guess it puts us on the record. Do we support the mayor's executive order? And I will be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further lights. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve 56.
I'll second. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
No.
Rowe. No. Bagley.
Aye.
Harding. No. Hug.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 4-3.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 57, a resolution that the Omaha City Council urges gun owners to take basic firearms training classes and practice safe storage of firearms.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzi. One more time.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. This resolution is encouraging people to practice safe storage of their firearms and to engage in basic firearm training. And it's a resolution, and it would not conflict with LB 77 since it's a resolution and not an ordinance.
Thank you. Any proponents on number 57 that want to speak?
Patricia Harold, President of the Nebraska Firearm Association. Training is everything to me. I spend thousands of hours over the course of the years getting my own training and supporting training. The Nebraska Firearm Owners Association created 42 online modules which are free to any citizen in the state of Nebraska. We like to share that information for the public record. They just need to go to our website /Moodle. So www.nebraskafirearms.org/Moodle. You can sign up as a guest, which would mean anonymous, or you can sign up and create an account. Everything from basic fundamental gun safety, safe storage, where to get training, all the way through all the concepts that are required training in the Concealed Handgun Permit Act, required training, and more. We are advocates for training and education. That also being said, I'd like to commend the number of instructors who in the state of Nebraska begin offering free training. We're often offering it here in Omaha, at Frontier Justice, at the store 511 on 72nd and Dodge. I travel to Lincoln, Grand Island, Norfolk, Nebraska, wherever you want me to go to give you free training. If you are in need, we will find a way to get it to you. So we commend this resolution. Training is a fantastic solution to many things. Education over legislation is one of our mottos. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Hi, my name's Sheila Turbis, 341 North 41st Street. Great. I was hoping somebody from there would say that they were also a proponent of this bill. I guess my only point is I wish it was an ordinance rather than just a resolution. I'm a member of Moms Demand, and contrary to popular opinion, we are not opposed to gun ownership. Our focus has and always will be safe gun ownership, responsible gun ownership, and taking a firearm safety course if you are going to own a firearm seems to be the bare minimum that you can do. Keeping your guns locked, secure, out of the hands of children, locked in your car, someplace where anybody can't get it, is common sense. And I would hope that perhaps, I know you said you don't like legislation, but safe gun storage, and training ought to be just the bare minimum that we require of gun owners.
Thank you. Any other proponents?
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. Jamin Johnson, Douglas County Health Department. We've stood in support of all four of these measures. We stand in support of this resolution for a few reasons. One, as a public health agency, our responsibility is to advocate for those measures that promote the safety and health of our community. We recognize the importance and the reality that firearms education and safe storage are in fact evidence-based strategies recognized by the Centers for Disease Control as a effective prevention mechanism to reduce the incidence of both injury and death as it relates to firearms. The Douglas County Health Department recognizes that based on our own provisional data in 2022, 66 people lost their lives as a result of firearms-related injury. And we recognize that in the United States, roughly 1/3 of U.S. households own or possess guns, or guns present in at least 1/3 of all houses. And of that, roughly 54% of gun owners do not own or practice safe storage. So we are strong advocates for measures to educate and support responsible gun ownership and the use of safe storage devices, and continued training and education to promote the safety of our health, of the community, and promote the health of our citizens.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Randy Bendorf, 12019 South 51st. I've been training a long time. It's an interesting community. You'd be surprised the number of people, actually the women are the ones that are always telling the guys to get training with them. Yeah, it's great, it's pretty cool. You know, hanging out with the guys at 88 Tactical, the instructors there, myself, I'm a private instructor. The community is very strong. This is nice, but the safe storage things might be a little off on percentages, because it's amazing how many people buy biometric boxes, cables that go through the gun. I mean, that's mandatory in my training. Please don't make this a preamble to California gun storage laws. So now our guns are ineffective. They all got to be disassembled, locks through all this crap put in a safe. So when a burglar breaks in, they can do whatever they want. Trish has it online. She offers it. Even my private stuff that was thousands of dollars. If somebody wants to take training, I'll spend 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. And it may be sexist, whatever, but the gals that want to come in and get training, great. The guys too. I mean, you just don't see that as often because guys we always have this funny ego thing in there. So yeah, it's a poison. Yeah, I wish there was more of a talking loop here, so we could say, okay, some of the stuff to protect the kids. That'd be kind of cool to have a different carve out there. So if kids go to a hospital, the hospital would hand out a flyer and says, here, you can go spend 2 hours with Randy. He'll come to your house, free, come to your house, show you how to keep these firearms away from the children and still make them accessible. So you got a bad guy break in, you can protect your children as well. So anyways, just kind of want to be a resource. I'm right behind Patricia, so thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you. Other proponents?
All right, wrapping this up, I guess. Chantel Fender, 12118 South 51st Street. Definitely a proponent, I believe, as a legal law-abiding gun owner. That training is very important. I mean, you have to learn how to drive a car before you get behind the wheel of a car. Otherwise, you are a risk of danger to others and yourself. Same thing as owning a gun. If you don't know how to operate it, you shouldn't own it. So definitely a proponent for this, and thank you lastly just for your time today and listening to us. It's very appreciative that you take the time and hear our voices here in Omaha, and just to try to get together and communicate is the key, of course. Communication and trying to understand each other's point of view and gaining knowledge is a wonderful opportunity that we have presented to us today. So thank you, council members, and all who have attended. City Attorney, and I wish the Chief was still here, but thank you again very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony, too. Any other proponents to number 60, what are we on, 57? Okay, seeing none, any opponents to number 57?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I actually oppose both resolutions because I believe that this sends the wrong message. I think we're being misled that the executive orders and these resolutions are an appropriate response to the passage of LB 77. I will remind the council about who were the supporters and the opponents of LB 77. The vast majority of the 33 senators who voted yes are from out state, excepting Senator McConnell and Senator Linehan, who represent Douglas County. The no votes were mostly from Douglas County, Omaha, and Lincoln. And the two no votes were Senator McKinney and Senator Justin Wayne. I do believe that some of these senators want to do more to uplift the urban core and the urban area, Omaha. As you know, that hundreds of millions of dollars are being put into developing our city. However, we're talking about public safety, and the Todd Schmatter, our chief, supported the toolkit that these ordinances that are now struck provided police officers. And I don't think that LB 77 does anything to address racism. I don't see it in the police force, address racism in the police force. It doesn't do it. It actually hinders public safety in the urban area. And so I believe that the appropriate response is not for us to to be unable to identify abusers in our community, perpetrators, criminals, because those that violated the ordinances in for concealed firearms are abusers. They're violent people, and that was a toolkit that we help us identify, or the police and the city government identify these people. I believe that the appropriate response is to take this to the Supreme Court, the Nebraska Supreme Court, because it violates the due process law and equal protection, which Nebraska Constitution contains, Article 1, Section 3, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor be denied equal protection of the laws. And the LB 77, I believe, violates due process of the law because you, as a city entity, are allowed to protect your citizens in the manner that does not violate our rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 57? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Just short comments from myself as the introducer, and there are some other lights. The reason I wanted to introduce this resolution was because prior to LB 77 going into effect, the city did require a basic firearm safety class as part of receiving a concealed carry permit. I felt that was a reasonable thing to do and a practical thing to be doing, but it's true we cannot require that class anymore as a result of what the legislation says. So it can't be an ordinance, but it can be a resolution that just encourages that to occur and attempts to raise the profile of resources available to gun owners to take basic safety classes. Those are widely available in the metro. I was actually going to give Nebraska Firearms Association a shout out in that respect. I'm glad you mentioned it, because I had seen on your website that you're intending to offer free classes online in coming months. I think that's great. And the second part of the resolution just encourages safe storage principles to help prevent things like unintentional discharges or young kids accidentally getting access to a firearm, or the theft of firearms from cars and homes that I know does occur and is of concern to groups here and also to the police department. So that's all that does. This doesn't require anybody to do anything, but it is intended to elevate the awareness of these resources and encourages folks to consider taking advantage of them. I know many law enforcement leaders have encouraged as much in their public comments in recent months since LB 77 went into effect too. So it's similar in nature to those observations. With that, Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. A motion to approve?
I'll second. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. One can never have too much training or education in anything. I think all who are in the chamber tonight or who were here earlier or have emailed or called, we all want the same thing. We want to be safe. We want to be in a safe community. And education and training on this issue will go a long way to achieving this. You know, when we are trained in this area, we'll just be more responsible too. And that's what I think we want.
Thank you. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thanks. So I always like to end a really long day with people all in here that were kind of on different sides for different issues. Thanks for putting this one last, because it just feels good that we can all walk out on the same page, even though we disagree. I think, Trish, you may have said that earlier too. You have the same feelings, you just maybe you have a different way of getting to the end result, right? You want a safe community, you want to feel safe, you want your family to be safe, and yeah, training and education is the number one thing to do. Everybody, I mean, again, like I said, I'll continue to keep my carrying concealed weapon. I'll continue to go train, to go practice. I mean, the last thing you ever want is to grab your gun when you need it and you haven't shot it for over a year. Probably not a good idea, is it, right? And if you really need it, you want to make sure that you can use it right, or you'll end up hurting yourself or the people that you're with, more so than protecting yourself. So absolutely. So I want to thank everybody for coming down tonight, and I'm glad we can end on this note. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further lights. There was a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yes.
Bagley. Harding. Hug.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 57 is approved, 7-0. Non-action items, items 58 through 95, do not require public hearing or city council consideration at this meeting, but will be placed on a future agenda for public hearing and/or vote. The reason for non-action is noted after the item on the agenda, as well as the date the item is expected to appear on agenda for consideration.
I also just want to thank folks for coming down and providing their testimony, and for council members for staying late tonight on a Halloween.
Yeah, thank you, the
thanks
pink
to the
ladies.
pink ladies. Let's get them home so they can trick or treat. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Roll call.
Johnson.
Yes.
Melton. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Hug. Mr. President. Motion passed 6-1. Meeting is adjourned at 6:38.